commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We now dive into India's military evolution with a spotlight on the Tri-Services Coordination. Please welcome Lieutenant General V.M. Bhuvana Krishnan, PVSM, AVSM, YSM, currently Quartermaster General, to speak on Operation Sindoor, India's first truly Tri-Services war. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very proud and happy Independence Day to each one of you. It's an honor to be amongst all of you, and thanks, Mr. Arnab, for inviting me to represent the Indian Army over here. As an ancient civilization and a young nation celebrates its Independence Day today, Conclave is very apt. A day of reflection and renewed pledge for each one of us. I shall touch upon briefly on nationalism, nation building, and Indian Army's role. And I shall take on questions at the end of my talk. What is nationalism? From my perspective, it's a sense of pride in shared history, values, beliefs, struggles rooted to an identified territory. Humankind lives on land, and land is the most cherished possession of mankind after his family and community. Shared history and shared struggles play a vital role in unifying a nation. Nationalism is a positive, attractive, and unifying force for good, and yet, if taken to extremes, could have negative fallouts and trigger counter forces. Forging a nation and instilling a deep sense of positive nationalism is a multi-generational project. Just like a garden, it has to be tended and nurtured with care and attention while being ever watchful and remaining open to course corrections. We have to be vigilant against efforts to divide and weaken from both within and without. India, that is Bharat, as Article 1 of our Constitution articulates, is astounding in its diversity as much as its unifying threads, which course through its body powerfully. The cultural osmosis and absorptive character of our nation is amazing. We are by nature inclusivist and embrace the concept of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, the world is one family. Mahatma Gandhi, writing in Young India, said, "I want India's rise so that the whole world may benefit. I do not want India to rise on the ruins of other nations." A nation state is a modern concept which came about in the 19th century and is the way the world is largely organized today. A nation state is a living, throbbing organism with destiny in its own hands. The people maketh a nation. As I was traveling around one of the cities a few months back, I saw a bus emblazoned with a big caption, Mera Hak. It made me pause and reflect on what is then Mera Fars. Both rights and duties go hand in hand in building the sinews of our nation. We require a strong sense of commitment, passion, discipline, altruism, and humility towards the cause of our nation. Here, I would like to highlight the role and potential of the National Cadet Corps, the NCC, in instilling a sense of national service, pride, discipline, character, and ethos amongst the youth who are our future. The government has taken an excellent step to increase the strength of NCC from the current 10 lakhs to approximately 17 lakhs, and has increased the enrollments into NCC from the border districts across the country. We must be even more ambitious. For a nation of our size and population, we could strive for 1 crore NCC cadets across all districts and tehsils. Symbols and narratives play a powerful role in nation building. They must be well thought out to unify and build our nation. The Tiranga Jhanda is a powerful and persuasive symbol, and so is the soulful Jana Gana Mana, our national anthem, and Bharat Mata Ki Jai. The International Yoga Day, celebrated across the country and the world, is yet another. Cricket and cinema are also fine examples in this regard. Our scientists, teachers, farmers, doctors and nurses, innovators, entrepreneurs, industrialists, community workers, athletes, para-athletes, and people from multiple walks of life from across the country give us so much hope and inspiration with their performance and unstinted commitment to the growth of our nation. Atmanirbhar, or self-reliance, is a clarion call for action to our nation and a national security imperative as well. Every citizen of our country, from every corner, must come to believe in the idea of our nation and have a solid stake in its progress and vitality. Now let me touch upon where I come from, that is the Indian Army, our nation's army, our people's army. The Indian Army is a microcosm of our nation. 1.5 million defense forces in a population of about 1.5 billion people, 1,000th of our total population. The Indian Defense Forces are a vibrant symbol of our nationalism and nationalistic spirit. Soldiers and officers hail from all parts and corners of our country and society and come to share the same values and beliefs. They serve shoulder to shoulder in the air, on the sea, and on the land, in the service of our nation, in some of the toughest geographies and high-risk missions. We live, eat, fight, and play together. The apostle of non-violence, the Mahatma, was amongst the first to exhort the Indian Army to defend Jammu and Kashmir against the invaders. We are determined to defend our nation to the hilt should anyone dare cast an evil eye on us. Operation Sindoor is a fine example of this commitment. A whole of armed forces, a whole of defense, and a whole of nation approach with deep military-civil fusion is the way forward in exponentially strengthening the defense and security of our nation. Our role of defending the borders and safeguarding the territorial integrity of our nation has taken our troops and officers to the far corners and interiors of our country, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh, and to the island territories. This process creates a deep, abiding respect and appreciation of our nation's unity in diversity. And many of our veterans go on and back to their native roots and elsewhere to serve with the same spirit of commitment and nation building. The who's who of ultimate sacrifice etched in stone at our National War Memorial by a grateful nation is a testament to the spirit and unity of our country. For the defense personnel, our families, our regiments, and our nation form the bedrock of our strong support. Viksit Bharat and Viksit Sena symbolize the strength of our nation. On this Independence Day, our gratitude to our nation, our families, and more importantly, to our freedom fighters and their families for their sacrifices which made this day possible for each one of us. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Before we move on to our next session, we are running short on time, but we'll take one question. Just one question that we can take. Yes, Tanvi, thank you very much.
So recognizing the fact that in a democracy, the government calls the shots, irrespective of the fact whatever been said, that free hand given to the armed forces, right? So my question is primarily when the armed forces doing so much for the country, fighting wars on the borders, listening to the threats by the people of getting us nuked and whatever, blah, blah, still the government takes a call on going on with a cricket match with Pakistan. At least until now, there has been no rebuttal of abandoning that match. How does the people in the army feel when such decisions happen? And before you answer, sir, I would like to tell you my perception on that. I come from a category whom the people call Andhbhakts, right? So I have tweeted it to the PM also that since no decision is being taken to withdraw from the upcoming match, so you leave us in a way like we are na ghar ke na ghat ke because our opponents taunt us. So that's what we want to understand, that how does the army feel about it?
Well, I think the government had given us a free hand, and I think the nation takes its call as to what we should do at different points in time. And therefore, I think both the armed forces and the nation are together in these decisions. Thank you.
So we are so proud of our army, and we have seen recently, of course, many times we have seen the parakram of army. We have defeated a country like Pakistan multiple times. And recently we have shown the world what kind of power we are, even in military. So my question to you, because you are from army, sir, is that Indian army is so disciplined, but in Pakistan, we have highly indisciplined, Mufata kind of, army chief. How these kinds of people go to that level, and what is the treatment they deserve? Do they have the right to live when they threaten the whole world? That too sitting in America, right? That we will annihilate the whole half of the world, including India. How these kind of people, go to this level, and what should be the treatment with them immediately?
Well,
because they are big, risk to the whole world.
Well, I think it's better to hold one's rhetoric when you are talking about other nations. And I think the statements made were in bad taste. And the only thing we would assure the nation is that the Indian Army would make its weapons talk when the time comes. Thank you.
ये उनका जो था ना ऐसे, तो वो मुझे बहुत तकलीफ हुई थी सीखने में। तो मैं अपने जाते हुए गाड़ी में गा रही थी, मेरा ड्राइवर ने बोला, मेम साहब जस्ट लोग लू लो क्या, हॉस्पिटल आया आपका? मैंने कहा क्यों रे, तो क्यों ऐसा बोलता है? बोले आपको सांस चढ़ी हुई है।
Welcome back. Now, history was rewritten at Alaska earlier today. Donald Trump and Putin, and a massive show of strength by the United States, from the most powerful handshake to the flyby by B-2 bombers and F-22 show-off at the airbase. Here's how Donald Trump welcomed Russian President Putin. Have a look.
The world's glare was on Alaska. Two of the most powerful leaders on Earth, US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin, in one frame. History was being made at Anchorage in Alaska. But it all started with the iconic walkdowns. Trump from Air Force One and Putin from the Flying Kremlin. And traditionally, it was Trump who had to welcome Putin, and this is how he played host. Flanked by F-22 Raptors at the tarmac, Trump welcomed Putin with claps. And then came the historic handshake, one that the world was eagerly waiting for with bated breath. And Trump, being Trump, had a surprise flyby planned for his Russian counterpart. And guess what he used for it? The same bombers that allegedly wiped out Iran's nuclear program, the one and only B-2 stealth bombers. Russian president didn't see this one coming. As he looked up to the skies, this is how the moment unfolded. And then came the casual exchange of pleasantries between Trump and Putin. Leading up to the beast, US presidents and the world's most safest limousine. Trump and Putin at the back seat of the armored vehicle headed to the Pursuing Peace Summit.
And after a 10th summit in Alaska with Russian President Putin, US President Donald Trump has promised to personally call Ukrainian President Zelensky. Donald Trump has said that no deal is final until Ukraine and European allies are consulted as far as this entire case is concerned. Watch this report.
After a high-stakes summit with the Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska, US President Donald Trump has promised to personally call Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to discuss the way forward in the war. The meeting lasted nearly 3 hours. While no formal ceasefire deals were signed, Trump stressed that any progress would involve direct consultations with Ukraine. Trump told reporters he intends to dial Zelensky immediately, along with European allies, to brief them on the summit discussions and seek their input before any agreements are finalized.
We had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll of course call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with.
Trump's team included Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, while Putin was joined by the Foreign Minister Advisor Yuri Ushakov. Together, they navigated tense discussion over Ukraine's future.
We see this drive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict, and his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation. However strange it may sound in these conditions, we have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress.
In the joint press conference, Trump emphasized that while discussions with Putin were productive, no deal is official until Ukraine and allies are consulted, underscoring his focus on diplomacy over unilateral decisions. Experts say Trump's plan to contact Zelensky reflects an effort to balance diplomacy with Ukraine's sovereignty, ensuring that Kyiv remains central in negotiations affecting its territory. The Alaska summit ends without a formal deal, but Trump's outreach to Ukraine signals a potential path towards mediated talks that include the directly impacted nation. As Washington prepares for Trump's call to Zelensky and European leaders, the world watches closely. The next steps could shape the course of the war in Ukraine and US-Russia relations in the months ahead.
And all eyes were on Alaska summit as two world leaders stepped into history right on the tarmac in Alaska. Donald Trump and Putin, both all smiles, came face to face for the first time in a long while. A powerful poster was on display. Putin measured and calculated, Donald Trump radiating confidence. It was more than just a handshake, it was a message. Watch this.
Two leaders stepped into history on the tarmac in Alaska, their every movement under the microscope. President Trump descended from Air Force One with his trademark unhurried stride, a walk that conveyed ease and control in equal measure. And moments later, Vladimir Putin emerged from the flying Kremlin, his posture rigid, shoulders squared, and his measured pace projecting the discipline of a former KGB operative. As they approached each other, President Trump's body language radiated casual confidence, his steps loose but purposeful. Putin's walk was deliberate, calculated, designed to fill the space without rushing to meet his counterpart. On the red carpet, the president extended a warm welcome, moving into close proximity and placing a firm hand behind Putin's back. It was a gesture that blended hospitality with subtle dominance, positioning the president as the host firmly in charge. Putin responded with a contained smile and steady eye contact, maintaining his composure while matching the pace set by the US president. As they walked side by side, their strides aligned, the symmetry flanked by the imposing silhouettes of F-22 Raptors parked on either side. The air above roared as a B-2 bomber flew overhead, an unmistakable display of American military might timed to perfection. Putin glanced skyward, momentarily breaking his forward focus to take in the spectacle. At the Alaska meeting venue, Putin was all smiles, engaging in small exchanges with the president as cameras rolled. His expression softened, but his posture remained upright, a careful balance between warmth and guarded control. On the tarmac, his Auris limousine stood steady, its polished frame gleaming under the Alaskan sun. Yet, in a telling decision, he bypassed his own vehicle to join the president in the Beast, the American presidential limousine. It was a rare image, two leaders, shoulder to shoulder, sharing a stride and the optics of unity before the high-stakes meeting.
And now shifting our focus, President Draupadi Murmu and Prime Minister Narendra Modi today paid rich tributes to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his death anniversary on Sadaiv Atal in the national capital. We're learning that several other leaders, including Union Ministers Kiran Rijiju, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, JDU MP Sanjay Jha and Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta also paid homage to the statesman. Have a look.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the nation in offering floral tributes to Sadaiv Atal, the memorial of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Earlier, the Prime Minister took to X, saying, remembering Atalji on his Punya Tithi. His dedication and spirit of service towards India's progress continue to inspire. President Draupadi Murmu also paid floral tributes, honoring the legacy of one of India's most respected leaders. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, JDU MP Sanjay Jha and Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta also paid homage, underscoring Vajpayee's cross-party influence.
हम सब आज अटल जी के पुण्यतिथि पर श्रद्धांजलि देने आए हैं। हर साल जन्मदिन और पुण्यतिथि दोनों समय हम यहाँ आते हैं और देश का राष्ट्रपति जी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ हम सब यहाँ प्रार्थना सभा में आए हैं और अटल जी को हमेशा हम याद करते रहते हैं।
आज हम सब यहाँ पर उनकी पुण्यतिथि पर उनको श्रद्धांजलि देने कर आए हैं। उनके चरणों में कोटि कोटि नमन करते हुए, उनको पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करते हुए ये संकल्पित होते हैं कि भारत को विश्वगुरु बनाने का संकल्प जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने लिया है, उसको सिद्धि तक हम अवश्य लेके जाएंगे, अटल जी की दी हुई शिक्षाओं का अनुसरण करते हुए।
A founding member of the BJP, Atal Bihari Vajpayee passed away on August 16, 2018, at the age of 93. He served as Prime Minister 3 times, briefly in 1996 and later from 1998 to 2004. His birthday, December 25, is marked as Good Governance Day.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the Donald Trump and Putin meeting, how Donald Trump has signaled a major climb down on Russian oil after his Alaska summit with the Russian president. And also on the other side, Donald Trump makes a huge statement amid sanction threat, says Russia lost India as an oil climb. We'll get you more details about this on the other side. Stay with us.
मैंने छोड़ दिया था, वो अवार्ड लेना छोड़ दिया मैंने।
क्यों छोड़ दिया था?
क्योंकि हम और दीदी, हम दोनों को ही अवार्ड मिलते थे और दूसरी औरत लड़कियां गाती थी, उनको भी अवार्ड मिलना चाहिए, सबको मिलना चाहिए ना। तो हमने बोला कि हम अवार्ड लेना बंद करेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा।
कोई अवार्ड तो बाकी नहीं है आपके लिए। The biggest award is the love of the people, Ashata, wherever you go.
मुझे जीवन में इतना प्यार पब्लिक ने दिया है, इतना घर वालों से नहीं मिला है। तो ऐसा प्यार बहुत कम मिलता है किसी को।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
can the U.S. trust your word? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, President.
Mr. President.
Thank you, President.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
Mr.
Thank
Putin,
you,
will you
Press.
commit?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, some voices do not just sing songs, they write the soundtrack of our lives. One such voice belongs to a legend whose melodies have traveled across decades, genres and generations. This time on Legends, we celebrate the timeless magic of Asha Bhosle, the voice that continues to inspire, enchant and unite music lovers around the world. Her journey is more than music, it's history, it's heart and heritage in every note. Legends featuring Asha Bhosle, only on Republic Media Network. Trump signals a major clampdown on Russian oil after his Alaska summit with Russian President Putin. The US president admits he's now reconsidering his earlier tough stance on tariffs for nations buying Russian oil. Trump makes huge statement amid sanctions threat, says Russia lost India as oil client.
Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that.
Russian president says he agrees with President Trump that the war in Ukraine would not have happened if Trump were a president in 2022. After scripting history in space, group captain Shubhanshu Shukla bid an emotional farewell to his international crew before returning to India. Following an intense cloudburst in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar, the death toll has risen to an estimated 53, with many still missing. A 40-year-old man tragically died after the motorcycle he was riding on was hit by a speeding Thar in South Delhi's Moti Nagar area on Friday night. Viewers, breaking news coming in. US President Trump speaks with Ukrainian counterpart Zelensky and European leaders after his meeting with Putin in Alaska. And as per the spokesperson, Trump spoke for more than an hour with Zelensky, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor, as well NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. So, viewers, what we see is that Donald Trump has dialed Zelensky and the NATO leaders after that meeting. I repeat, after that meeting that he had with Putin, and it was what he says were productive talks. Now, US President said that Putin and him were holding a very, very productive and mutually respectful high-stakes summit in Alaska. The two leaders sought a way to bring the Ukraine conflict to a close. President Trump made it clear that there is no deal until there is a deal, indicating the absence of any proper resolution during the meeting, while President Putin described the talks as thorough and useful. In the latest coming in, we see that the EU spokesperson has said that Trump has briefed the EU leaders now. And it's a big possibility that the next meeting would be in Moscow, like Putin had suggested. So back-to-back updates coming here, viewers, on Republic TV. just after the meeting between President Trump and Russian President Putin. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us Akansha. Akansha, you know, this is a huge update coming in because Trump had said during that meeting with Putin that yes, he will make a call to Zelensky, he will talk to European leaders as well. If you could just take our viewers through latest coming in.
Well, absolutely. I remember after this high-stakes meeting with Russian President, Donald Trump had said that now the onus is on Zelensky, who's the Ukrainian president. And just a while back, in fact, he spoke to Zelensky as well as the European leaders. And now Zelensky has put in fact, a post on social media in which he has said that on Monday, I will meet with President Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. to discuss all the details regarding ending the killing and war. I'm grateful for this invitation. And he has put a detailed post on social media. Let me take you through what he has said. He has said, we had a long and substantive conversation with US President Donald Trump. We started with one-on-one talks before inviting European leaders to join us. And this call lasted for more than 1 hour. And in fact, including about half an hour of our bilateral conversation with Donald Trump. That means he had a one-on-one conversation with US President Donald Trump for half an hour. Ukraine reaffirms its readiness to work with maximum efforts to achieve the peace. President Donald Trump informed about his meeting with Russian leader and the main points of their discussion. It is important that America's strength has an impact on the development of the situation. We support President Donald Trump's proposal for a trilateral meeting between Ukraine, USA and Russia. And this is another point, very important point, Shivang, that has come to the fore, that he's ready for a three-way meeting between him, the US President Donald Trump and the Russian President. And he also went on to say that the Ukraine emphasizes that the key issues can be discussed at the level of the leaders and a trilateral format is suitable for this. Very importantly, he has said that on Monday, I will meet with President Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. to discuss all the details regarding ending the killing and the war. I'm grateful for this invitation. So it seems that Donald Trump, after meeting with a Russian president, now has invited Zelensky for an important meeting on Monday. He has also said that it is important that Europeans are involved at every stage to ensure reliable security guarantee together with...
And viewers, getting you some more breaking up is coming in. Akansha, hold on. Oh, big update. Zelensky says we'll meet Trump in Washington, D.C. I repeat, Zelensky says we'll meet Trump in Washington, D.C. This is huge coming in, viewers, because remember that that Trump and Zelensky have had meetings earlier. And not just that, Trump has also dialed Zelensky after the meeting with Putin. This is a huge and a big update coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. We're getting some more updates where we see that Volodymyr Zelensky has said that we had a long and substantive conversation with Trump. We started with one-on-one talks before inviting European leaders to join us. This call lasted for more than an hour and a half, including about an hour of our bilateral conversation with President Trump. Huge update coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. And we have with us a guest joining us. Mr. Jayant Krishna, Senior Fellow, Center for Strategic and International Studies. Yes, let's go straight across to Mr. Krishna from Washington, D.C. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Krishna, here on Republic TV. And you know, what we see right now, back-to-back updates coming in, where earlier Trump did say that I do not represent Zelensky, I do not represent Ukraine. However, it looks like Zelensky is taking these conversations that Trump had with Putin forward, because it's very clear that the goal of Trump is to come to a ceasefire deal, and he wants cooperation from both Zelensky and Putin.
Yeah, so I think this is a welcome development, and business at the speed of thought, as they say. Barely a few hours ago, the 3-hour meeting between Putin and Trump had ended, and without wasting more time, and he flew immediately back from Alaska back to the U.S., back to Washington D.C. And he has already spoken to these people. That was the very idea, because this was more of a bilateral meeting discussing primarily the Russia-Ukraine war. But in these talks, especially since nobody from Ukraine or Zelensky himself was there, it's very important that this discussion has happened, and other leaders of Europe, German Chancellor, the French President, the European Union head and, all these people and NATO head also he has spoken to. I think this shows that Trump means business. And in these kind of discussions, today, whatever was discussed, I'm sure the broad roadmap for end of Russia-Ukraine war was discussed. And it is very important because in these kind of discussions, the more time elapses, newer developments happen and the hostilities continue and so on and so forth. Within a couple of hours of that discussion having ended, he has spoken to all these leaders. It is very encouraging. We still don't know what was the reaction of these leaders based on the contours of the roadmap to end the war that got discussed. But I think it's a very, very welcome development. And idea is this discussion, if it is acceptable to Ukraine and others in Europe and NATO, I think it must lead into a ceasefire as early as possible. Otherwise, things may gravitate back to the renewed hostilities and so on and so forth. So I welcome this. It's a very, very important development because I thought it will happen over 2-3 days, a week, and all. It has happened within a few hours. I think this needs to be complemented, and as long as their reactions were positive, I have a lot of hope to look forward to.
Yes, Mr. Krishnanu, before I let you go, I really have one more question for you because it looks like Ukraine is looking very, very cooperative, and they're saying that they are very open to a trilateral meeting between Ukraine, the USA and Russia.
Absolutely. So if this ceasefire has to end, Ukraine has to be a party to it. And that can only happen if, there is a, peace brokered by the US, happens and, that process happens in the presence of both Putin and Zelensky. I think it is very important. And from what it appears so far, whatever has been divulged that, Zelensky has taken today's talks between Trump and Putin quite positively, and he sees, the contours of, a resolution to the conflict, whatever were discussed, and not everything has been shared with the media for sure, but I'm sure President Trump would have briefed all that to Zelensky, and if he's equally game for a trilateral meeting as early as possible, this shows willingness on both sides, Russia as well as Ukraine. And I'm very hopeful that, at the end of the day, nobody wins a war. No nation ever wins a war. Both nations lose. It's just a question of who loses more, who loses less. And the economic sanctions, which have been imposed on, to a very large extent on Russia and to a limited extent on Ukraine, nobody likes that. These sanctions make you less competitive in the global business era. And lot of negativity these sanctions cause. And once the war ends, not only these sanctions would go, but some of the other economic incentives would, as President Trump has clearly indicated in so many last few days, that there could be some economic incentives both for Russia as well as for Ukraine. So I think it's very encouraging. I think I hope the sanity and the spirit of peace prevails, and both of them are able to agree to a ceasefire sooner than later. I'm very hopeful of the resolution to this crisis.
Mr. Krishna, just one question to you, because we would also like to know, and our viewers would also like to know, that how big a role will European leaders and NATO leaders really play here? Because we remember that there was some kind of a negotiation which was already happening between Ukraine and the European leaders. We have seen multiple meetings which were happening. We have seen Trump try to broker peace between these two. But why does Trump want NATO leaders and European leaders to pitch in?
See, because Europe is such a tightly integrated entity with the formation of the European Union and the contours of resolution, I again repeat, none of it has been shared with the media, but I'm sure it has some land swap deal also in terms of whatever part of Ukraine Russia had annexed starting in the year 2014. 20% of the entire land of Ukraine is actually in the Russian control, right? So what kind of land swap happens? And also Ukraine wants NATO's membership, So there are multiple issues, where, different countries in Europe are very, very tightly integrated. It's not just issue of resolving the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Other countries do become indirectly a player or involved entities, and that's the reason President Trump has briefed them. Because any land swap, right? It also affects other neighboring countries, right? any membership of NATO and things like that, it affects that. Lifting of sanctions once the ceasefire happens, it involves the entire European Union. So I think these are the reasons. These are the reasons,
All right. Thank you for joining us. I'm Mr. Krishna, Senior Fellow at CSIS, United States, and joining us live from Washington, D.C. I would also like to go across to Ambassador Deepak Vora, former diplomat, joining us here at Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Ambassador Vora. I really want to ask you exactly what Trump is trying to achieve here. He first says that severe consequences if Russia does not come down to a ceasefire deal. Now he says, let's see what happens next. We have not hammered out a deal yet. And now Zelensky has pitched in and said that, yes, we're open to talks.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be with you, even though it's in the middle of the afternoon. At least it's not 2 o'clock in the morning, which is what, if Trump was up to his usual tricks, we would be. First of all, this entire meeting, this summit is a non-starter. Putin won his battle even before he came because he didn't concede anything and he managed to get this meeting, thereby showing the world that he is a very reasonable guy. He's willing to talk. His 3 major demands, ma'am, you know what they are. Everybody knows. No NATO, no rearmament of Ukraine, and the Russian-occupied areas will remain Russian. What did Trump want? Trump wants business deals in Ukraine and in Russia. As far as Ukraine and Zelensky are concerned, they can go to hell. He's not interested. 500,000 or 100,000 or 10,000 Ukrainians died, Trump doesn't care. So that's the first issue which we are clear about. Second, ma'am, apart from a good photo opportunity and an occasion for people like me, so-called experts, to pontificate and to talk and to analyze, and for journalists, outstanding journalists like you, to spend a lot of time writing and analyzing the body language, and he said this and he said this, nothing is going to come of it. On a scale of 1 to 10, I would give Vladimir Putin 8 marks for the way he conducted it, and I'd give Donald Trump 2 marks. He was outmaneuvered at every step. And he then said, which is very interesting, Zelensky's tweets, of course, kept changing. They're terrible fellows. Donald Trump, look what he's doing. Then, I love Donald Trump. Then, look, but they're not taking care of my interest. It doesn't matter. I trust Donald Trump. He's lost it completely. So the major outcome, as I see it, the takeaway, is Trump saying, look, I am washing my hands of this entire business. I have other things. Now it is up to Zelensky and the European Union to deal with it. So the ball has been kicked firmly in their court. The Europeans will not be able to do anything. They were jumping on the back of American power. Now that they have to deal with it themselves, ma'am, they are going to flee Ukraine faster than you can say Donald Trump.
Yes. Also, Ambassador Vora, I also want to ask you one more question regarding exactly what Trump is trying to achieve once again, because he also has made one more comment about countries importing oil from Russia. And he said, let's see what happens. I might roll back the tariffs. There's no clear plan ahead, whether it's importing oil from Russia, whether it is a Russia-Ukraine war. What exactly is Trump trying to do here? He's not being able to come out with any conclusive plan.
He's not going to. He doesn't want to. The idea was not to pressure us so much as to pressure Russia, saying, listen, guys, I'll tell the Indians not to buy oil from you because I love Modi, Modi loves me. They won't buy oil, and therefore Russia's oil industry is going to take a hit. But he doesn't know the India he's dealing with. We said, well, you can fly a kite. We'll continue to buy oil from Russia. Now, that leverage also he had lost. It was meant to pressure Russia. So now what he wants, ma'am, he's got what he wants, I would say on the scale of 2 out of 10. He's got what he wants in Ukraine. He wants business deals. He wants reconstruction. First, destroy Ukraine. You remember a country called Iraq? What these guys did? Destroyed it. And then American companies got all the juicy contracts to rebuild Iraq. Ma'am, as Jean-Baptiste Lacan, the French chap of the 19th century, the philosopher thinker, had said, La plus ça change, plus c'est la même. The more it changes, the more it's the same. So, Mr. Trump has got the business deals. His companies will look for oil and gas and rare earths and whatever. They'll do it jointly with Russia in the Russian-occupied areas. They'll do it alone in Ukraine. Everybody will be happy, go to sleep, and Mr. Zelensky will probably get a job as a stand-up comic somewhere in New York.
All right.
I see this happening.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us, Ambassador Deepak Vora, former diplomat, joining us in Republic TV. And I really have to take a break right now, viewers. But once again, the Putin-Trump meeting ends, but many more developments coming in from there. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We have many other stories for you. After scripting History in Space, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla bid an emotional farewell to his international crew before returning to India. And 40-year-old man tragically died after the motorcycle he was riding on was hit by a speeding Thar in South Delhi's Moti Nagar area on Friday night. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा मसाला।
Will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Let's go.
Thank you, press.
MDH की देगी मीरज।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr.
Thank
Putin,
you,
will
press.
you
Let's go.
commit to
Thank you,
not
press.
killing...
Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is our guest who is a man of courage and sacrifice from the elite special action group of the NSG, a man who has served at the very front line of India's security, paying tribute to our nation's unflinching patriotism. Please welcome retired Colonel Rajiv Bagga as he speaks on bravery, sacrifice and patriotism. Sir, thank you very much. The stage is all yours.
I hope we all are not tired. Yes or no? Jai Hind. Good. As the host was saying, that she has already introduced me. I am Colonel Rajiv Bagga. And I have spent 32 and a half years, glorious years, in Indian Army. Wonderful years. Blessed. I'm a former Black Hat Commando officer. Spent 2 decades almost in J&K combating terrorism, hunting them. The psyche of the soldier is same what Colonel Shailendra also spoke. Certainly I am not going to repeat the same, but you will invariably find the soldier always think in a similar way. And along with this, I'm a jungle and mountain survival expert and ultra-marathoner till date. I'm going to speak about bravery, sacrifice, and patriotism. Suddenly, these 3 words are interconnected like a chain. Has to be. You will become brave if you are patriot. The jazba of the patriotism, if it is existing in you. With my few stories, or a short stories, or something about a short story about the Great War, I'm going to prove it. Well, I start, the first thing I talk about, in most of the forum, many people ask me, sir, where are you from? I all the time say, I am an Indian. I don't speak about what province. That comes later. If you ask any Israeli, where are you from? He'll say, I'm Israeli. We are Indian first. Now let me talk about this, why I say so. When we joined Indian Military Academy or National Defense Academy, the training is so designed. We are 16-year-old or 17, 18 years old, kids coming from all over part of the country in our nation. And in that, we interact with each other, come to know about their shortcomings, sweat hard, rub our shoulders, and during that time, the bonding which we create with each other. When I passed out from academy, I'm talking about 1990, we were 400, now we are 350. 50 had attained martyrdom, God bless their soul, lucky guys. And, you know, till date, when I speak to them, even we don't meet each other every day. The bonding which, and I never asked them, where are you from? They are from every corner of our country. I give you one small, real story. I take your memory back. There are certain people here who are not even born during that time, 1992. I'm talking about, there was one accident occurred in Parvanu Hills, that is Parvanu district. I'm talking about Timber Trail episode. In that, 10 lives were hanging between life and death. Army was called in. A brave officer from Special Forces was called in. He volunteered. Major Ivan Cresto, Christian officer, the man who flew the aircraft, Group Captain Fali, Major, subsequently in a letter, he raised to the level of Air Chief Marshal, the Air Chief of Indian Air Force. And his co-pilot, Group Captain Upadhyay. The people who were stuck there were from various backgrounds. We never asked, where are you from? Wherever we go, we hold their hand. We are the iron fist and velvet glove. Remember, that is what exactly when we go anywhere, anytime, whether it is a war or natural calamities. Well, I got an opportunity to serve in 3 establishments during my career, and that too for a common goal, that is combating terrorism. I tasted the blood. That was my great battalion, 3rd Battalion of Sikh Regiment, where I was groomed by my ustads, Havaldar NCOs, JCOs, senior subaltern, my commanding officers, and subsequently in Rashtra Rifle, Black Hat Commandos. Only one thing I learned. There is nobody in front of me. There is no one behind me. Whosoever is standing left and right, wherever, they are my brothers. They are the one. I definitely get emotional whenever I remember them. Few of them attained martyrdom again. Well, anyway, proceed further. I also like to share one thing. Within my own battalion, there were a couple of commanding officers I served, under whom I served. Brigadier James Devadas Sena Medal. If again I take your memory back, he was the first man who landed at Andaman Nicobar. He was the brigade commander when tsunami struck. Again, a Christian also. When he is interacting with the Khalsa troops, the bravest of braves, all regiments are good in any case. You know, like I never heard such a fantastic Punjabi, a Tamil Nadu, a person from a Tamil Nadu speaking to a Khalsa troop. The culture, tradition, and the religion of our troops becomes our. this is what exactly we believe in the community, our family. And today, if somebody asks me, who is your family? When I close my eyes, and I all the time say, it is the entire nation is my family. Not the people who are staying along with me in the four walls. And that is what exactly I personally feel. Okay. Next thing I speak about how I'm leading my life as a veteran. I was all the time a man with a mission. I spent 32 and a half years, good, given to my nation. Certainly, I take pride in it. Now too, in the morning I get up, I see a bust of a sick soldier, a small statue. I salute him and say, you have taught me great military values. Why I am marathoner till date at the age of 57, the last marathon I ran last month only, that too in mountains. I just simply don't believe that there is something called age. Because the army has given me that much energy level. When I recollect the siksha of my ustads, the Khalsa troops, or when I was in NAG, in Black Hat Commandos, the only thing they used to say, Sahab Badr, aapne abhi sirf 40% diya hai. Something, if you have got energy to eat, you got a capacity to run again and again. I have registered self just few days back in one of the most challenging race. I will not tell you the name. Probably I'm going to be the oldest one, and I will compete. When I was doing it, my wife, she was saying, will you be able to cope up? Running is a different, this time it is an endurance. Yes, I will. My daughter, who is a lawyer by profession, married to army officer, she said, Mom, if you are going along with him, and wherever you find him coming low, kindly remember, boost up his morale with our battalion war cry. Yes, this is what exactly keep pulling me. I keep pulling, keep striking hard. This is what is my psyche, my lifestyle. And people ask me, sir, you must be very free now, having a great time. No, definitely I'm having a great time. I hunt for our future leaders. My task is not over, my mission is not over. I don't want followers, I want to create more leaders through my experiences. This is what exactly the mission I am on. And my reply all the time remains the same. Military life is not only profession, it's a lifestyle. It flows here now, here, everywhere. Well, I progress further. I tell you something very commonly you must have heard by many Fajis, Naam Namak Nishan, isn't it? What is that? And it is not confined to the men who wear uniform. Please flush out this thought from your mind. Naam Namak Nishan is applicable in every field, whether you are working in a private sector or in media, you're a doctor, or wherever you are. The only thing is, you have to be loyal to yourself, loyal to your organization, and you have to think what exactly I am going to do for the nation building. And when I say I'm on a hunt, I design my runs. Invariably, every day I run 10 kilometers. And en route, I look for talk to them. My aim is to be absolutely interact with 4 to 5 strangers every day. Tell them about the war stories of our great heroes. Tell them about where exactly our nation is heading. And this is what, if I am doing so, the younger generation, whosoever is sitting here, I absolutely take pride in them. They are very dynamic, and I am delighted to share they got such a great vision and have got a real great vision to see our country touching the glorious heights. Okay. I progress further. I tell you something about short stories, and with the help of this, what I was talking about, sacrifice, bravery, and patriotism. I'm coming to this now. What is the psyche of a soldier when they go for a war? You need to understand why they are ready to sacrifice their life. It's just not psychology related, it is an emotion, definitely psychology, because it's emotion. Why so? The reason is you can understand with these short stories. I'm going to tell you about, in a very brief manner, an epic battle of Saragadi, the battle of my regiment. We celebrate our regimental day on 12th September. 21 6 soldiers against 10,000. I'm narrating, I'm about to start. I can feel I'm really enjoying it. 21 guys, we talk about Spartans. They were 21 and they sorted out 10,000. It was in 1897, Saragadi at present, that time, or now also, northwest province of Pakistan, a fort, communication fort. Havaldar Ishwar Singh was sent along with a strong 21. And their task was to just send the communication or remain the communication between two forts, that is Gulistan and Lockhart. The tribals out there, they were becoming a problem. Definitely they wanted to capture those forts. Britishers were also trying to curb the problem. And 8th, 9th September, these tribals, Afridi and another tribe, they decided to go for it. They carried out series of attacks. All were repulsed. But on 12th September, they managed, or they were succeeded to isolate these forts. Havaldar Ishwar Singh was told by his commanding officer, you withdraw. No. The bravery and sacrifice and patriotism is there in every Indian army soldier, JSO and officer. ये मान लीजिए आप. Okay. He refused to surrender. He chose to attain martyrdom there along with the 21 men. The fight started. They were outnumbered. They're short of ammunition. Guthum Gutha ki ladai. And whatever came in their hand, they started. Finally, they attained martyrdom. When the reinforcement was sent after 2 days, though the fort were recaptured by Britishers, they counted 600 bodies inside the fort. 21 आदमी, 600 and 1,400 were injured. That tribal, they accepted it. Outcome, in one single act of war, all 21 were awarded Indian Order of Merit, highest gallantry award given to any Indian during that time. Standing ovation was given by House of Commons. Battle is still, till date, it is in somewhere in record, recognized in the first 8 battles in UNESCO. It is taught in France, need to be taught here too. All the war, all the bravery acts of our great warriors from any regiment, immaterial, wherever they have fought their war, should be taught in colleges, in their assemblies. There should be short talks. This is how you can inculcate the spirit of patriotism. Well, I proceed with a second short story again. 4 Garhwal rifle, 1962 war. 3 men of 4 Garhwal rifles. I'm talking about Jaswantgarh in Arunachal Pradesh. Battalion withdrew and they told them, you also come back. They decided to attain martyrdom there only again. There were 2 young girls who assisted them, Noora and Sila. On 17th of November, for 72 hours, last night, Jaswant Singh, he kept holding Chinese. And he was awarded Mahavir Chakra posthumously. Imagine what is the psych, why they do so. We are trained, definitely we are trained. But, you know, like, they are what exactly come in our mind. There's somebody waiting for us? No. We don't hate anyone who is in front of us. We definitely love those who are standing behind. The entire country. Right? Okay. And again, at the same time, I'm convinced that bravery acts are not there in the blood of the men who wear uniform. It's in everyone. Neerja Banot, 5th September 1986, Pan Am's aircraft were hijacked, and this young lady shown absolutely a great guts in front of those militants, opened the exit, emergency exit, and allowed the passenger to escape. She was shot dead. She was given the highest gallantry award during peacetime, that is Ashok Chakra. Janoon hai. It is there in everyone. Everyone, the person who is sitting in the cornermost place in the hall. Hota hai. Yes, hona chahiye. So this is what, now I want to bring out what is the psych. Firstly, we have got a confidence in our training. We have got confidence in our superiors. We have got confidence in our nation. We are there or not there, our family will be looked after. And when we see anything happening to tricolor, the blood starts coming up. That we cannot tolerate. Never, ever. Okay. Next point. I talk about national anthem, war memorials, and certainly tricolor. Whenever I hear and see the tricolor in the wind, it's floating. It gives me a real goosebump, I'm telling you. Till date, I love to sing. I don't look for an occasion to sing my Rashtragan. I love it. Definitely. For me, all these war memorials are akin to temple. I run, I take my route while running and go and stand where the tricolor is. And that is, of course, my house is very closer to cantonment. And I spend some time there. I go and sit in the war memorials. And definitely, I don't hesitate to check those people who are not maintaining the decorum of it. I tell them, this is a temple, this is the war memorial of the great soldier who has lost life in the line of duty for you. You can't afford to do this. Yes, you have to do this, you have to check this. That's not a public park, it's a temple. Well, Okay. Next thing, I come to another good thing which I like to highlight here. That is, throughout the life when the child is born, put in a good school in our country, he sing national anthem, participate in all type of a fancy dress competition on national days, goes for higher academics, and suddenly, I don't know what happens, what compulsion comes, he or she decides to migrate. Why so? I prefer to die and born again and again in this soil, enjoy same profession again and again. Why? The country is rising, country has given so much to you. It is so much, the great platform has been given to you. I don't want to die in some alien country as a class C citizen. I love to die here on this earth. This, I recollect one movie which was made by late Shri Manoj Kumar, Pukar. भारत का रहने वाला हूं, you know it. जिसने इस धरती पे जन्म लिया, पाया प्यार तेरा. If it is so, why we run away from here? How can you become so cold that you forget your own parents, your own old Pathshala, your mentors, your colleagues, your friends, and the great brave soldiers who are fighting for you? Or the doctors or whosoever is working for you? If you are not capable of doing something worthwhile in your country, you will not be able to do there. Why you are trying to accept the culture of those people? Right? So don't do that. Last not the least now, summing up. A message to my friends, younger generation. You please rise beyond the horizon. Test your own boundaries. This is what I am doing. I definitely like to interact with the more people in an unconventional manner, unorthodox, going to Bagiche after my run, meeting them in the market. Many children are in touch with me. It is not that, again I'm saying, I'm not creating followers, creating more leaders. If I am humble enough to one or two strangers each day, that means I have contributed towards nation building. Nation first. Nation all the time first. And my endeavor is definitely remain whatever the step I take every day. I'm not trying to say I'm trying to show off. No, I want my step should be maybe some kind of a inspiration to someone. That's why I'm into physicals. That's why I'm living the life of a soldier at this age, and I will continue doing so. I'll do so. I'll keep striking till the time I feel that, which I don't think so. It is endless mission for me till I take my last breath. And another part, do not get bogged down by challenges or fear. Somebody asked, pressure I'm talking about. One of the very famous cricketer, Shri Kapil Dev ji, you're playing a match against Pakistan. You must be under pressure. He said, hey, come on. I play cricket for passion, not under pressure. So the words which has been imported from outside, fear, trauma, this and that, then nothing, please flush it out. Fear is actual, how you react. Let me tell you how you react. Is you. Then nothing. Don't scare yourself with all these challenges. And I'm telling you, you are in a real safe hands. Our borders are guarded. Even we are looking after inward also. Government is doing dynamic job. You heard other speakers what they spoke. They absolutely told you the truth, and you have to accept it. You have to create your own identity, and that day you should really clap for yourself when your father is going and somebody say, he is the father of that girl or boy who has done this thing for the country. This is your identity. I don't expect anybody becoming CEO of the company at the age of 21. But what you're supposed to become at 21, you must become an effective citizen. If at the age of 21, a young second lieutenant in the army is taking the charge of 40 lives in hands and not concerned about his life and ready to sacrifice, let's do it. Let's do something for our own country. Let's do it. Let's convince our soul and heart and mind. This is what exactly I have to say. And what experience I gained in Black Hat Commandos, what are the operations, that is my past, and what I look ahead now in the eyes of young youth generation is definitely my mission. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Anything you'd like to ask? Oh yes, if you want to ask anything, you need to relay your question because I lost my hearing in one of the operations. I'm 50% deaf. Anyway, I take pride in that. Nothing to worry. God bless. Jai Hind.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports, our 4 sports, is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. Stories that need national stage. And I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for our 4 sports and let's cheer together.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Ceasefire! Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's the message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now?
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, it's time to turn the spotlight on Indian sports. R4 Sports on Republic is where we celebrate the grit, the glory, and the game changers, from grassroots fighters to headline makers. This is where the action meets the nation. And speaking of action, a new chapter for Indian football. Khalid Jamil steps in as head coach. The big question, can he bring back the glory days? Scan the QR code on your screen and tell us what you think. Your vote decides the score. After Trump and Putin's historic meeting in Alaska, Zelensky will meet Trump in Washington, D.C. on August 18. Trump dialed Zelensky, European and NATO leaders briefed EU leaders about his and Trump meeting. Trump makes huge statement amid sanctions threat, says Russia lost India as oil client.
Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that.
Russian president says he agrees with President Trump that the war in Ukraine would not have happened if Trump were a president in 2022. After scripting history in space, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla bid an emotional farewell to his international crew before returning to India. Following an intense cloudburst in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar, the death toll has risen to an estimated 53, with many still missing. A 40-year-old man tragically died after the motorcycle he was riding on was hit by a speeding Thar in South Delhi's Moti Nagar area on Friday night. Viewers, breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi is scheduled to address the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting at 9:30 a.m. on August 19 as the monsoon session of Parliament enters its final week. So this is a huge update coming in because now we see that the monsoon session of the Parliament will be wrapping up, and as it wraps up, the meeting will be chaired by Prime Minister Modi, expected to address the NDA MPs on strategic matters and upcoming legislative priorities. August 19th is the date. PM Modi to address NDA MPs around 9:30 a.m. And we'll try to get our viewers more updates as to what we can expect next, especially as the monsoon session will be concluding very, very soon. So August 19th, Prime Minister Modi will be addressing NDA MPs at 9:30 a.m. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us Priyanka. Priyanka, I'm coming across to you. If you could also tell our viewers, what could be on the agenda for this meeting, because we know that the Parliament monsoon session is about to end. It has seen a lot of ups, a lot of downs. What would Prime Minister Modi be talking about to the NDA MPs?
Well, see, Shivangi, the agenda is still need some clarity on that hand, but we also know that there are some important work that is needed to be completed when it comes to selecting the vice president candidate from the BJP, or that is from the NDA. That is something could be one of the main talking points of this particular meeting. But yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all scheduled and all set to be addressing the NDA parliamentary cup of tea, and he will of course be talking about several strategies moving forward and legislative business which needs consideration at this point in time, given the fact that the monsoon session is also entering its last leg. So whether he will be giving any such directions as to how the House must function for the upcoming week, or whether there is going to be some other important discussions that will be made, that is something needs to be seen. But all eyes are going to be on 19th of August morning 9:30 a.m. when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the NDA leaders.
All right, thank you for getting those details for us, Priyanka. We'll be counting down to that. We have to move ahead to some more breaking news coming in right now, viewers. NCERT released a special module for schools to mark Partition Horrors Remembrance Day. This module says partition was not the work of one individual alone, but of three forces. Jinnah, who had been propagating the partition, the Congress, which accepted the partition, and Mountbatten, who had been sent to implement the partition. The new module has sparked controversy, and Congress has slammed the NCERT. So back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. And we'll try to get more updates as to exactly what this new module has inside. But a new controversy has erupted. Repeat, a new controversy has erupted where the new NCERT module on partition horrors is partly blaming Congress, and that has sparked a huge row. Now, the module says partition was not the work of one individual alone, but of three forces: Jinnah, the Congress, and Mountbatten, who had been sent to implement the partition. The new module has now sparked controversy, and the Congress has slammed the NCERT. NCERT has gone ahead and released a special module for classes 6 to 12, sparking a huge debate about the interpretation of history. And now we see the Congress has spoken up, and the Congress says the module should be burnt as it does not tell the truth. So we'll try to get our viewers more updates on exactly what is happening and the reactions coming in, especially from all political parties on this story. But from what we understand right now, it looks like this new module has now sparked a fresh controversy. That is right. And in fact, let's tell you exactly what we know so far. What we know is that the NCERT has released the partition module for classes 6 to 12 students. Module says three forces responsible: Jinnah, Congress, Mountbatten. Congress leader Pawan Khera has also reacted and slammed the module, calling it misleading. The module says partition was not the work of one individual alone, but of three forces: Jinnah, who had been propagating the partition; the Congress, which accepted the partition; and Mountbatten, who had been sent to implement the partition. It also notes that the partition had turned Kashmir into a new security problem for the country. So this has sparked a huge row with the Congress spokesperson Pawan Khera asking for the module to be burnt as it did not tell the truth. And we see that separate versions have been designed for classes 6 to 8 and classes 9 to 12 outside of the regular textbooks. So back-to-back updates coming here, viewers on Republic TV. And the text refers to the 1940 Lahore resolution as well. I really want to go across to BJP's Tom Vadakan, who's joining us live on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Vadakan. And now we see that the Congress is not really happy and is calling the module misleading. Your first reaction?
Well, Congress has recorded its own history by some of its pet historians who were mentored by the Congress party in the left. So they ensured that the reality was hidden away and children would never be able to read that those dark chapters were hidden away by a planned and clinical exercise of eliminating the real villains of partition. Now that it has been exposed and people know who they are, the real history is coming out. So naturally, Congress party is worried because the blame comes on their doorstep. And that is why this kind of reaction that's coming in. So, I mean, they will, Pawan Khera, I think, has reacted on it. But when closely, they logically think about it, even the Congress workers will realize that this is the reality. So despite Pawan Khera's reaction, let me tell you, a lot of Congress workers have realized that they were taken for a ride. And this is the reality. And so are the people of India. The last generation that we know of were fed with information which was false. And that's now the right time to expose the next generation to the correct perception of history. And that is what NCERT has done.
Yes, Mr. Vadakan, now we know that this module has been introduced to observe Partition Horror Remembrance Day, and they are attributing the event to Jinnah, the Congress, and Lord Mountbatten. We also will be trying for a Congress reaction on this, Mr. Vadakan. But what do you want to really tell the Congress? Because they say that this is misleading. The Congress is saying that we should burn the entire module down.
Well, Congress is in its own, bubble, and they won't look beyond. They won't stand corrected. These are the realities that they have to face. One of the charges that they had made during that period that if they do not have partition, there will be a civil war. That's also recorded. And what happened is there was a real civil war at hand, with bodies being carried from both sides, loaded in trains, and it was blood flowing in the rivers. And there was nobody to stop it. And who would take responsibility for it? People who really created that partition, where they could not control the fallout. And today they don't want to be named and, exposed, because the Congress party feels that is their heritage. But fact of the matter is, many in the Congress party still disbelieve that story, and so do many people of that period know exactly what was happening. And today, if NCERT is brought to light, what is the ground reality? Well, then Congress has to try to defend itself. It's like the murderer trying to defend himself, saying that it was in self-defense that it was all done. But these things don't work. People know it now, and people have realized Congress has taken history for a ride.
Right. Okay. So you're saying, Mr. Vadakan, that the Congress does not want to take responsibility?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vadakan. Thank you, Mr. Vadakan, BJP national spokesperson. We have to move ahead right now. Trouble is once again mounting for Tamil Nadu Minister Periyaswamy. The ED is conducting surprise search operations at Chennai on the premises of Periyaswamy and his family, including DMK MLA Senthil Kumar, under the PMLA case. Take a look at this report for more.
Tamil Nadu Minister I. Periyaswamy is once again under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. He is the Minister for Rural Development, Panchayats and Panchayat Unions in Tamil Nadu. In a fresh crackdown, the Enforcement Directorate conducted surprise raids at 3 locations owned by him in Chennai. Raids were conducted at his residence in Govindapuram, and not just that, but premises of his family members were also searched. His daughter Indrani's house in Ashok Nagar and his son, DMK MLA from Palani, Senthil Kumar's house, was also raided separately. The searches are part of an investigation into suspected money laundering and illegal financial transactions. The raids continue to be in progress, with officers said to be scrutinizing the properties and financial records of Periyaswamy in connection with money laundering case.
Getting some more breaking news coming in right now. A speeding car crushed a retired captain from the army. After mowing down the retired captain, the accused woman driver dragged the deceased for 10 meters. CCTV footage has captured the horrifying incident, and the accident is being investigated by the West Police Station, viewers. So we put those pictures out for you. Very disturbing visuals, so viewer discretion is advised. What you see is an incident has happened near Jaipur. And a retired Indian Army captain died after he was hit by a car and got dragged for around 10 meters, and CCTV footage has now captured the horrifying incident. The accident is being investigated by the West Police Station. breaking up is coming in right now. We're coming to know one more unfortunate incident. A 40-year-old man tragically died after the motorcycle he was riding on was hit by a speeding Thar in South Delhi's posh Moti Nagar area. And the victim was standing with his black motorcycle on roadside when he was hit by a white Thar SUV. The impact of the crash caused the bike to further hit a truck moving in front. So we have that picture coming in for you right now, viewers, the CCTV footage which has come in, and there you can see that a speeding SUV has killed a biker. It's a hit and run case which has come in, where a man who was 40 years of age died after an SUV hit his motorcycle late Friday night. And a 40-year-old man was killed when an SUV collided with his motorcycle in West Delhi's Moti Nagar area. We'll try to get our viewers more updates, but we have Akhil to get us a sense of what exactly has happened. Where is the investigation heading? Yes, Akhil, what do we know so far? Looks like the driver is on the run, Akhil?
Well, absolutely. If you see at this point in time, the Delhi police team is trying to nab the person who was driving the vehicle at that point in time when that unfortunate incident took place, in which what we have seen that a 40-year-old person who was riding his bike at that point in time, he was hit by an SUV which has been identified as a Mahindra Thar car, and he was coming at a very high speed, and at that point there was a head-on collision which took place with the pavement, and after that the driver tried to control the vehicle, in which what we have seen that he lost the control of the vehicle and he basically rammed into the pavement, in which what we have seen that Bhikshu Lal, who was driving a two-wheeler at that point in time, was badly hit, and then he was taken to a nearby hospital. The doctors have declared him brought dead. And if you see, while speaking to the Republic TV, senior police officers from the West District of the Delhi Police have confirmed this, that the driver, after committing this crime, has fled from the spot at that point in time, and legal action is being taken in that direction, and multiple teams have already been formed in this regard to nab the person. Because if you see, we have also spoken to the eyewitnesses over there. They have basically suggested that there were other people inside the very vehicle, and at that point in time when the incident took place, one of the witnesses has confirmed this to Republic TV that at that point in time there was on the co-passenger seat there was a female that was also sitting over there. And apart from that, when the Delhi police team, Moti Nagar police team, has seized the vehicle, they have also found out several cans of cold drink bottles as well and liquor bottles as well. So it is very likely that the person who was driving the vehicle at that point in time must be in an inebriated condition. So right now, so far, no person has been arrested in connection with the case. But what we have seen that the Delhi police has already recovered the CCTV footages from the nearby localities, and they are scanning and going through all the details that who could that person be. And in that case, what we have seen that the vehicle which was being used has already been seized by the Delhi police.
All right, Akhil. Thank you for getting those details. And you have spoken to the victim's brother as well, Akhil. Let's have a listen in to what the victim's brother said in this case.
भाई के साथ हुआ है, रात को 10 बजे करीब बोल के आया था कि मैं हॉस्पिटल जा रहा हूँ आचार्य भिक्षु किसे मिलने हैं, कोई एडमिट था, और मिलके वो रात को निकलता करीब 1 बजे करमपुरा निकलते ही करमपुरा में किसी साइड में बात करने लगा फ़ोन पे रुक करके। आगे गाड़ी खड़ी थी साइड में और पीछे से थार वाले ने टक्कर मार दी।
क्या बहुत तेज़ रफ्तार से थार आ रही थी? कितनी रफ्तार रही होगी लगभग अंदाज़ा?
थार की लगभग जो अंदाज़ा है मेरा लगभग 80 से 90 के आसपास थी, क्योंकि एयरबैग सारे खुले पड़े हैं उसके, बियर की बोतलें, दारू की बोतलें पूरी कैरेट पड़ी गाड़ी में। अच्छा, और देखना ये पुलिस वालों कार्रवाई के ऊपर कि जो थार ये पटेल नगर की है, पटेल नगर में कोई छोटा आदमी नहीं होगा। अच्छा, अभी देखना कि पुलिस वाले क्या कार्रवाई करते हैं, ऊपर पैसा लेकर साइड हो जाते हैं या कार्रवाई करते हैं।
अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए कि जो बंदा था उसके अंदर उसके साथ कोई और भी था क्या? वो शराब के नशे में धुत था?
जाहिर सी बात है कि गाड़ी में जो है, गाड़ी में जितने लोग रहे, 1 लोग हैं, 2 लोग रहे होंगे, अगर बियर की बोतलें या दारू की बोतलें पड़ी हैं तो नॉर्मल तो रह नहीं होंगे। ठीक है, अगर 70, 80, 90 की गाड़ी स्पीड में थी तो ड्रिंकिंग कर रखी हुई पूरी 100%। अच्छा, जो प्रत्यक्षदर्शी वहाँ जो बताते हैं कि गाड़ी में जितने लोग बैठे थे इतना ज़्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, उन्हें चला भी नहीं जा रहा था।
All right, viewers, so we heard the reaction coming in from the victim's brother. A very unfortunate incident. A 40-year-old man was killed when an SUV collided with his motorcycle in West Delhi's Moti Nagar area. Now the investigation continues. Taking a short break, we are live and breaking, so we have much more coming up for you. Especially we'll talk about the big meeting After Trump and Putin's historic meeting in Alaska, Zelensky will meet Trump in Washington, D.C. on August 18. After scripting history in space, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla bids emotional farewell to his international crew set to arrive in New Delhi this evening.
Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Ceasefire! Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Agnihotri alleges disruption during the trailer launch of his film. He says if this is not dictatorship, then what is it? Law and order in New York State has failed, and this is the reason that everyone supports the Bengal Files. Now over Bengal Files trailer release in India, getting this back-to-back is coming here in Republic TV viewers, where we see that the film crew claims the trailer release was blocked by cops. We'll try to get you more updates as to exactly what has happened so far in this case. But this is coming in as we are getting you details on what Vivek Agnihotri has said. The filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri has launched a criticism on West Bengal authorities. Okay, we have with us Mr. Vivek Agnihotri. You're joining us live. You've launched a huge criticism on West Bengal authorities after the trailer launch for your movie was cancelled in the city. Mr. Agnihotri.
See, I cannot talk much. There is a lot of chaos here. In running show, police came and stopped us. A lot of party workers came, and there were hundreds of police since the morning. They have been heroing us. And in a running show in ITC hotel, in a private hotel chain with all the permissions in hand, police came and they just stopped the show, and they have no reasons why they have done it. And we have been heroed. There are a lot of chaos going on here. I can't talk much. All I can tell you that in Bengal, in the land of Satyajit, they are trying to suppress the voice of a filmmaker. What are they scared of? I have no idea. Everybody is intelligent enough to know that they are scared of this darkest chapter of history to come out. They are very scared that our film shows about demography change, and they don't want the issue of demography change to come out through our film. That's all I can talk.
Mr. Agnihotri has one question.
I can't talk much. There's a lot of chaos. No, I cannot talk. There's a lot of chaos.
Mr. Agnihotri has one question. What was the reason given to you? What was the reason given to you?
No reason. They have no reason. Absolutely no reason. Zero reason. They have no reason. They just said they have the orders, they have political pressures to stop it. That's it.
Right. Mr. Agnihotri, I know that there's a lot of chaos where you are, but I really want to ask you that you said there was no reason given to you at all, but you had taken permission, right? You had taken permission. All right. We'll try to go back to Mr. Agnihotri in a short while from now, but this is huge coming in where filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri has launched a scathing criticism on West Bengal authorities after the trailer launch for his upcoming movie, The Bengal Files, was cancelled in the city. And he has spoken to Republic TV exclusively right now. He has said that the event was cancelled by a leading movie theatre chain.
क्या बताएंगे इस सिचुएशन को? विवेक जी क्या बताएंगे? Pallavi ma'am, do you ever face this situation? Do you ever face this situation in Bengal? Do you ever think that this is happening in Bengal? What would you say, Vivek ji? Momita, mic on karo to.
कलकत्ता में पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर के अंदर रुकिए, पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर के अंदर पुलिस ने यहाँ पे किया है। सुबह से हजारों एक मिनट के बाद भारत के पार्टीशन के ऊपर जो मुख्यमंत्री क्यों दबाए रहे हैं? आज 16 अगस्त आज के दिन यहाँ पे हमारे प्रेस किया गया। Ask him the question.
लगा रहा है माइक सब भाई
Ask ITC, please call ITC है ना? You call. Why aren't you asking ITC? Why are you asking me? You arrest them. Arrest me. If I'm wrong or arrest them. अगर इतना अपनी ढलते नहीं
কুমার আপনাদের যে ডিপ্লয়মেন্ট এখানে এই বিশেষ উপস্থিতি
All right, so viewers have just heard what happened there. A lot of chaos, ruckus during a trailer launch where filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri has launched criticism on West Bengal authorities after the trailer launch for his upcoming film, The Bengal Files, was cancelled in the city. And he spoke to the public and he said very, very clearly that no reason was given for this cancellation.
क्या बताएंगे इस सिचुएशन को? विवेक जी क्या बताएंगे? Pallavi ma'am, do you ever face this situation? Do you ever face this situation in Bengal? Do you ever think like this happened in Bengal? But we do say Vivek ji ka Momita mic on karo no. कलकत्ता में पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर के अंदर रुकिए पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर के अंदर पुलिस ने यहाँ पे किया सुबह से भारत के पार्टीशन के ऊपर तो क्यों दबाए जा रहा है आज 16 अगस्त आज के दिन यहाँ पे हमारे प्रेस किया गया Ask him the question. Ask ITC, please call ITC here na. You call. Why aren't you asking ITC? Why are you asking me? You arrest them. Arrest me. If I am wrong or arrest them. अरे दादा क्या अपनी ढल से
মিস্টার কুমার আপনাদের যে ডিপ্লয়মেন্ট এখানে এই বিশেষ উপস্থিতি
All right, huge ruckus and chaos during the trailer launch, and Vivek Agnihotri has added that the theatre chain claimed political pressure as a reason behind the event's cancellation, and he said no reason was given. I want to go across to Akansha is joining us. Akansha, you know, we also spoke to filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri, and he says that the trailer launch, there was huge ruckus. Trailer launch for his upcoming movie was cancelled in the city in Kolkata, and no reason was given.
Absolutely, and Vivek Agnihotri has called this dictatorship. He has said that the launch of the trailer of his movie, The Bengal Files, was stopped by the Mamata Banerjee government. In fact, there was a ruckus that took over the same, and in fact, we are getting the visuals of the ruckus that unfolded in Calcutta, and this happened during the trailer launch is what we are learning. And Bengal Files director Vivek Agnihotri has slammed the Bengal government. He has claimed that the trailer launch of his upcoming movie was stopped. There was ruckus over the same. And this happened just a while back is what we're learning. He said, and I quote, there's a word in English called dictator and they are the most cowardly people in the world. When I announced the Bengal files, the Chief Minister said on record that some people are making the Bengal files and that this is a propaganda movie and that she will not allow it in the state of West Bengal. There are two constitutions in the country, one for the country and one for West Bengal. This is illegal. I will fight against this. Is what Vivek Agnihotri, that you can see in the visuals, has said after there was a ruckus during the launch of the trailer just a while back. He has called this dictatorship. He has slammed the West Bengal government for not allowing it. But on the other hand, what we are learning is that to counter this claim, the Calcutta Municipal Corporation has said that the movie screening, the trailer launch did not have the specified permission to do the same, and this is the counter that is coming from the Mamata Banerjee government. But there on the screen you can see that when there was a trailer launch, there was a massive ruckus which took place to stop the trailer launch of the Bengal files as well, and those are the visuals on your screen.
That's right, Akansha. So we see that Vivek Agnihotri has spoken about why his trailer was cancelled, that too after he had taken permission. We'll try to, of course, get more reactions on this story. Let's go ahead to more reactions.
Vivek ji, this is Komalika Sen. This is Komalika Sengupta from CNN News 18. My question to you, we are just getting one information that they are saying that Kolkata Corporation, you have not got a permission from Kolkata Corporation.
आपको ये सब देख के नहीं लगता कि बंगाल फाइल्स फिल्म बनना बहुत ज़रूरी था? देखिए क्या हो रहा है बंगाल में. And that's why films like these are very important. And I want every person in India to watch this film to know the truth about Bengal. That's all I have to say. आप देखिए, मैं बताऊंगी तो आप देखेंगे नहीं. देखिए, मैं पॉलिटिक्स के बारे में बात नहीं करूंगी because I don't like to talk about politics. But जिस तरह से मेरी फिल्म को रोका गया है, ये मुझे बिल्कुल अच्छी नहीं लगी. किसी भी एक्टर को, किसी भी फिल्म मेकर को एक रिस्पेक्ट देना स्टेट की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है. और ये आज से नहीं, ये सदियों से चलता रहा है. जो राजा होता था वो हमेशा सारे एक्टर्स जो परफॉर्मर्स होते थे, जो ललित कलाओं में जो डाबल करते थे, वो उनकी तरफ देखते थे, वो उनको प्रोत्साहित करते थे. इस स्टेट में देखिए क्या हो रहा है. Is this any freedom of expression? As actors, as filmmakers, we are not being able to screen what we've made. इतना क्या threat लग रहा है उनको एक फिल्म से लेके? This is absolutely incorrect. मतलब ऐसी चीज तो भैया कश्मीर में भी नहीं हुई. हम तो कश्मीर में भी जाके शूट करके आए थे. तो क्या मतलब कहते हुए भी लग रहा है that कश्मीर की हालत शायद बंगाल से बेहतर है? क्या ऐसा हम लोग अभी derive करें? So that's why this film is extremely important. I urge all the youth of India to see this film to know what's happening here in the state. अभी वो देखते हैं, आगे की बात तो आगे है. अभी फिलहाल तो अभी यही नहीं चलने दे रहे.
All right, let's go back to Akansha. Akansha, you know, this is what we are hearing from the filmmakers. They are saying that they need support. You know, they need support. In fact, Vivek Agnihotri had shared a video.
And cutting down the cable wires is legal. Is that how not legal? You are not legal. Is that you are legal? You are 100% legal. It's a CBFC approved bill. It's a CBFC approved bill. Show me the permission. I am asking for the permission. Simple as that. You are unable to show the permission. Arrest me. সেই সময় কি ঘটেছিল আপনাদের দেখালাম বাইপাসের ধারে.
All right, getting you these exclusive images coming in from a Republic Bangla team. Republic Bangla exclusive about the standoff that we are seeing between the authorities and the filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri, where he's asking them that what has led to his trailer launch being cancelled. Just if you're tuning in right now, let's tell you exactly what happened. Filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri launched a scathing criticism on West Bengal authorities after the trailer launch for his upcoming movie, that is the Bengal Files, was cancelled in the city, and he is taken to the social media platform X and also spoken to Republic TV saying what happened. He shared the update with his fans and followers. He said the event was cancelled by a leading movie theatre chain just a day before the scheduled event in Kolkata. In fact, Vivek Agnihotri is already in Kolkata. He arrived in Kolkata with his team. He shared that he had initially planned to unveil the trailer in a traditional way at the cinema hall on Friday. However, it was cancelled by the organizers. And we'll, of course, try to get more reactions on the story. Vivek Agnihotri, while speaking to Republic TV, said that no reason whatsoever was given by the West Bengal authorities as to why the trailer launch was cancelled. Vivek Agnihotri said that, and he's pointing towards political pressure as a reason behind the event's cancellation, saying that they're not receiving any kind of support from the state of West Bengal. So back-to-back updates coming here, viewers, on Republic TV. And this is coming in as this movie, The Bengal Files, is written and directed by Vivek Agnihotri. The movie is produced by him, Abhishek Agarwal and Pallavi Joshi. The cast of this movie features Mithun Chakrabarti, Anupam Kher, Darshan Kumar and Pallavi Joshi. All right, so pictures coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. This is the chaos which had erupted during the trailer launch. So the movie focuses on the events of the Direct Action Day, and the Bengal Files is scheduled for release on September 5th. So back-to-back updates coming here, viewers, on Republic TV. A lot of chaos. We'll try to, of course, connect to our Republic Bangla team as well to understand exactly what has happened and what is the latest coming in. Let's go back to Akansha, who's joining us right now. Akansha, I'm coming across to you. What we see is that it's a big row over this release of this movie, the trailer launch release. What else are we learning of?
Absolutely, Shivangi. Let me take you through what has happened in the last 24 hours. In fact, yesterday the team of Bengal Files arrived in Calcutta for the movie trailer launch, but they were met with disappointment after the venue was cancelled at the very last minute, and no clarification whatsoever was given to the filmmakers. And in fact, that happened yesterday on the Independence Day, and that time as well, Vivek Agnihotri, he lashed out at the West Bengal government. He said that he had just landed in Calcutta and learned that the venue for the trailer launch is cancelled. Who wants to suppress our voice and why? I cannot be silenced because truth cannot be silent is what he has said. And a day later, in fact, today they selected this private venue. This is a hotel in Calcutta for the trailer launch. But what we are learning is, and what Vivek Agnihotri has said, that there were few people who cut all the wires of the venue. And he has said, and I quote, "I don't know on whose order this is happening. You know who those people are behind all this." In fact, this is a statement that is coming from Vivek Agnihotri. Second day of the attempt by the Bengal File team to launch their trailer in the state of West Bengal. But there you can see ruckus on the screen. What he said, that the wires of that area has been cut down. So whether there was electricity malfunction because of that is something that will come out shortly. But we can see that the lights have gone off at the venue there at the spot as well. So a very serious charge that Agnihotri has leveled against Mamata Banerjee government. He has said that this is nothing less than dictatorship, but massive ruckus there on the screen. The crew is there. They wanted to launch the trailer of Bengal Files, and that was something they wanted to do yesterday as well. But both the days they've been met with disappointment. Yesterday the venue was cancelled the very last minute, and today we're learning is that the wires of the venue was cut off is what he has said. And let me quote him. He has said that if this is not dictatorship, then what is it? Law and order in your state. And he's alluding to the West Bengal Chief Minister has completely failed, and this is the reason that everyone supports the Bengal Files. And he in fact says that the truth will come out. But there on the screen, in fact, the day 2 of the attempt by the filmmakers to do the trailer launch, but the attempts are failing. We're learning that wires of that area were cut off to dissuade them from launching the trailer, and both the filmmakers, in fact, they have come out and said that this is nothing less than dictatorship, putting the onus on the West Bengal Chief Minister, saying that the law and order situation under her leadership has gone for a toss there.
That's right. This is a huge update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we see a lot of ruckus which is playing out there. There has been no direct response coming in from CM Mamata Banerjee on this or the TMC on this yet. Akansha, we'll of course will be on the story. Taking a short break right now. Ruckus during trailer launch of the Bengal Files. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's the message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? President Putin, how can the U.S. trust your word? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr.
Thank
Putin,
you,
will
press.
you
Let's go.
commit to not killing any more
Thank you, press.
civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Let's go.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Viewers, President Draupadi Murmu and Prime Minister Modi today paid rich tributes to the former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his death anniversary in New Delhi. Several other leaders, including Union Ministers Kiren Rijiju and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, JDU MP Sanjay Jha and Delhi CM Rekha Gupta also paid homage to the statesman. Take a look.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the nation in offering floral tributes to Sadaiv Atal, the memorial of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Earlier, the Prime Minister took to X, saying, remembering Atalji on his Punya Tithi. His dedication and spirit of service towards India's progress continue to inspire. President Draupadi Murmu also paid floral tributes, honouring the legacy of one of India's most respected leaders. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, JDU MP Sanjay Jha and Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta also paid homage, underscoring Vajpayee's cross-party influence.
हम सब आज अटल जी के पुण्यतिथि पर
श्रद्धांजलि देने आए हैं। हर साल जन्मदिन और पुण्यतिथि दोनों समय हम यहाँ आते हैं और देश का राष्ट्रपति जी, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ हम सब यहाँ प्रार्थना सभा में आए हैं और अटल जी को हमेशा हम याद करते रहते हैं।
आज हम सब यहाँ पर उनकी पुण्यतिथि पर उनको श्रद्धांजलि देने कर आए हैं। उनके चरणों में कोटि कोटि नमन करते हुए, उनको पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करते हुए ये संकल्पित होते हैं कि भारत को विश्वगुरु बनाने का संकल्प जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने लिया है, उसको सिद्धि तक हम अवश्य लेके जाएंगे, अटल जी की दी हुई शिक्षाओं का अनुसरण करते हुए।
A founding member of the BJP, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, passed away on August 16, 2018, at the age of 93. He served as Prime Minister 3 times, briefly in 1996 and later from 1998 to 2004. His birthday, December 25, is marked as Good Governance Day.
And viewers, we are live and breaking. After Trump and Putin's historic meeting in Alaska, Zelensky will meet Trump in Washington, D.C. on August 18th. After scripting history in space, Group Captain Subhash Shukla bids emotional farewell to his international crew, set to arrive in New Delhi this evening.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Let's go.
Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? President Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? To a ceasefire. Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, some voices do not just sing songs, they write the soundtrack of our lives. One such voice belongs to a legend whose melodies have traveled across decades, genres and generations. This time on Legends, we celebrate the timeless magic of Asha Bhosle, the voice that continues to inspire, enchant and unite music lovers around the world. Her journey is more than music. It's history, it's heart and heritage in every note. Legends featuring Asha Bhosle only on Republic Media Network. Let's get started. After Trump-Putin Alaska summit, Trump dials Ukrainian counterpart Zelensky to meet US President in Washington on Monday. NDA parliamentary meeting on 19 August ahead of vice presidential polls. PM to address NDA MPs. Controversy over NCERT's new module on horrors of partition. Congress hits out saying facts misrepresented. 40-year-old man tragically dies after coming under the wheels of a speeding Thar, accused on the run. Over 50 killed in Kishtwar cloudburst. CM Umar Abdullah takes stock of situation on ground. After scripting history in space, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla bids emotional farewell to his international crew set to arrive in New Delhi this evening. breaking news coming in. After the much-discussed Putin-Trump Alaska summit, Republic has accessed shows US F-22 fighter jets escorting Russian President Vladimir Putin plane as it departed Alaska. The high-stakes summit between the two world leaders yielded no agreement whatsoever to resolve or pause Moscow's war in Ukraine, but they described the talks as productive before heading home. So back-to-back updates coming here, viewers on Republic TV. What we see is that after much discussed Putin-Trump Alaska summit, Republic has accessed this picture, and you can see what you see in this picture is US F-22, I repeat, US F-22 fighter jets escorting Russian President Putin's plane as it departed Alaska. The high-stakes summit between the two world leaders yielded absolutely no agreement to resolve or pause Moscow's war in Ukraine, but they described the talks as productive before heading home. So back-to-back updates coming, viewers, on Republic TV, and this is coming shortly after that meeting between Putin and Trump, where US President and his counterpart held what Trump has called mutually respectful high-stakes summit in Alaska. And the two leaders sought a way to bring the Ukraine conflict to a close, but there was no such agreement, concrete agreement, which has been made so far. Well, what you see is the US jets are escorting Putin's plane as Putin is leaving post that summit. And I have with us Mr. Ruslan Botnick, geopolitical expert, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Botnick. If you could just tell our viewers, what you see is that a US F-22 fighter jet is escorting Putin as Putin is departing Alaska. We also know simultaneously that US and, I repeat, US and Russia are still doing billions of dollars in trade.
And it means business as usual. We are living in the very complicated world when we don't have only a black or white color world. We are facing sometimes with a very huge conflict, but behind this conflict we see the trade, we see the cooperation, we see a very good personal relations between the elites. So it's our hybrid world. We are living in this time with every side, every country is looking for the best position for its benefit in every situation. Of course, it's very damageable for Ukraine to see such cases. But at the same time, I want to remind you, even Ukraine, the situation of war with Russia, transferred Russian gas to Europe through Ukrainian territories first 2 years of the war and earned from Russia $1 million of United States dollars as a payment for this transfer of Russian gas.
Yes. So, the point is that this is symbolizing something. And if you could help us understand what this symbolizes. This is US fighter jets escorting Putin. Don't you think this is quite unusual? It's unusual diplomatic norms. And it seems to be sending some kind of a symbolic message, Mr. Botnick?
Maybe. But we need to understand that both sides, Russia and the United States, tried to use the shape of this negotiation round like an instrument of influence on the position of the side. So these planes which are convoying the Russian first plane to the Alaska, this red carpet in the Alaska, this very warm shades and so on. It was a method or an instrument from the United States administration to show the Putin how it may be in the future, how warm United States-Russian relations may be in the future if Russia will accept some United States terms and suggestions toward the resolution of the military conflict in Ukraine and other items. From other side, we saw the same approach. Russian side also was trying to do everything very pleasant for United States, starting from the decline of Russian intervention to the United States election in 2020, and in the huge amount of compliments towards the Trump personally, and stating that if the Trump would be a president in 2022, the war would never happen. So both sides were trying to use this shape, this form, to achieve the concrete concessions from each other during the negotiation process. But we need to be very sure that it was a game, it was a play, very bright, but it was a play.
Right. I request you to hold on because I'm getting some more breaking. Please hold on with us. US President Trump has also put a new tweet up. So I'm just going to tell our viewers exactly what this new tweet says. So it says that the meeting with President Putin went very well, as did a late night phone call with President Zelensky of Ukraine and various European leaders, including the highly respected Secretary General of NATO. I want to go back to our guest, Mr. Ruslan Botnik, geopolitical expert who's joining us right now. So we see that Trump has put a new post up. He has had a call with Mr. Putin, with Mr. Zelensky, European leaders, and Secretary General of NATO. All of them post that Putin and Trump Alaska meet. Now, what do you think is he trying to do? Is he trying to get everybody on the same page? We have seen him try that and fail again and again. What is this latest tweet all about, according to you?
A great question. Trump and Putin were not able formally to reach some formal agreement on Ukraine. Because in any case, informal, in judicial existential, we need a Ukrainian sign, we need a European sign behind it. So it looks like Trump and Putin achieved some principal agreement or principal partially agreement, and now Trump is preparing this common meeting, to put down the principal agreement on the paper, to put down on the words, and to maybe find some science behind it. So it's the second round of Alaska. I think it could happen in the next weeks when Ukrainian President Zelensky and the Russian President, the European leaders, and Trump personally will take part again, because they need to sign something, maybe declaration, maybe another special document. I saw two main significant shifts during the Alaska. The first significant shift is postponing the topic of sanctions and any further escalation in Russian-United States relations. And the second significant shift in this situation, it's a decline of the topic of ceasefire and switching to the topic of a fully formal peace deal. Trump made a statement that they agreed that they don't need ceasefire, but ceasefire was the main request from Ukrainian and European side, unconditional, comprehensive ceasefire, and they switched from the ceasefire to the peace deal. Of course, peace deal is much wider question. It would consist from a lot of topics, starting from the nuclear weapon, and in the numbering of Ukrainian army and the territorial issues and so on. But this peaceful agreement could be, of course, it could be much harder to reach this peaceful agreement, but it could be more stable and long-term agreement if you are talking about the peace in Ukraine.
Right. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Botnik, here on Republic TV. Let's take our viewers through exactly what we have seen. It was supposed to be a very big, so-called historic meeting between Trump and Putin. But what we saw were handshakes, we saw smiles. But at the end of the day, there was no progress at all, only posturing. Here is a report. Take a look.
No ceasefire deal, not even close.
So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO The Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound.
Talks were called constructive, but ended in deadlock.
Our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska.
No joint Putin-Trump lunch in Alaska. A telling snub after hours of optics and posturing. All the camaraderie at the airbase, the shared ride in the Beast, the showmanship on the red carpet, the handshakes, the smiles, the pleasantries, all for the cameras. And even Trump's grand display of military might, the Raptors, the B-2B flyby, failed to shift the balance. Because at the end of it all, there is no deal, no ceasefire, and Trump's Nobel Peace Prize fantasy in shreds. The most important truth, Trump failed to end the Russia-Ukraine war. What began as Trump projecting control ended with Putin walking away with the upper hand. Putin in fact made Ukraine the centerpiece of his remarks, calling the war a tragedy, but still left without offering a ceasefire.
The situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced.
President Donald Trump, true to form, was cryptic in his address. He spoke of many points agreed, but not the one the world was watching for.
We had an extremely productive meeting and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there.
And in a bid to mask the fact that he'd lost the edge, Trump claimed that the meeting was productive, sidestepping the absence of any real breakthrough.
We had some good meetings over the years, right? Good productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon.
Then came the deflection, Trump hinting he'd call Zelensky and NATO, throwing the responsibility back on them.
So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them.
Putin, for his part, spoke of a lasting solution in the works, but delivered nothing concrete.
That in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that.
He used the moment to issue a direct warning to Europe and to Zelensky without sugarcoating a single word. He made it clear he hopes they don't sabotage the talks.
We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the far east of Russia and the west coast of the US. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the US, there was a so-called international date line.
Away from the war, Trump played the businessman, talking about turning the page on frosty ties that had frozen since the Cold War era. Putin leaned in on the bilateral agenda, boasting of building a businessman-like rapport with Trump and calling it time to reset ties deadlocked for 4 years.
It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the US and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the US can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration.
And in the end, Trump being Trump skipped the joint lunch. Putin left Alaska, setting the tone for the next round this time, on his home turf, in Moscow. All the red carpet, all the pomp for Putin, only to be shown the mirror.
And viewers, getting a statement coming in from the EU on the Alaska summit, and the EU says that they are all ready to work with Trump and Zelensky to reach a just and lasting peace. That's what they say. Statements coming in from the EU on the Alaska summit. And I'll just read out the statement that we have for our viewers as well, so we understand exactly what has come in. There's a statement coming in by President von der Leyen, President Macron, Prime Minister Meloni, Chancellor Merz, Prime Minister Starmer and others. And they say President Trump has debriefed us and President Zelensky following his meeting with the Russian president in Alaska on 15 August 2025. Leaders welcome President Trump's efforts to stop the killing in Ukraine, end Russia's war of aggression and achieve just and lasting peace. As Trump has said, there is no deal until there is a deal as envisioned by President Trump. Next step must now be further talks, including President Zelensky, who he will meet soon. We're also ready to work with President Trump and President Zelensky towards a trilateral summit with European support. The Indian Army, along with the National Disaster Response Force, State Disaster Response Force, local police and district administration is carrying out rescue operations in the Chasoti village of Kishtwar district after a devastating flash flood triggered by a cloudburst. At least 60 people have been killed in the destruction, viewers.
बहुत बड़ा हादसा और बहुत अफसोसनाक जो वहाँ से खबरें आ रही हैं लगातार कल से। कई सारे लोग जख्मी, 60 के आसपास कंफर्म्ड जो डेड बॉडीज हमें मिली हैं और लापता लोगों की अभी सही तादाद जो है वो उसको हम फिलहाल असेस कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है और क्यों हुआ इसके पीछे भी अब हमें ये जब रेस्क्यू और रिलीफ का काम खत्म होगा तो इस पे भी हमें इंक्वायर करना होगा कि आखिरकार जब हमें मौसम के हालात के बारे में हमें वार्निंग दी गई थी, यहाँ तक के मेट डिपार्टमेंट ने ये तक कहा था कि गैर ज़रूरी जो है घूमना जो है वो बंद करें, अननेसेसरी मूवमेंट ना करें। उसके बाद क्या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से कुछ कदम उठाए जा सकते थे जिससे कि हम ये कीमती जानें बचा सकें, उस पे ज़रूर हमें बैठ के जो है इस पे बातचीत करनी होगी।
Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is right now in the Chashoti, wherein he is briefed about the ongoing relief and the rescue operations. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah first met the Jawans of the 17 Rust Rifles of the Indian Army that has been involved in the rescue operations along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police, CRPF, CISF and NDRF along with the UTDRF. Now he's being briefed by Colonel N. Arun, the commanding officer of the 17 Rust Rifles along with the IG Jammu Zone, and the relief and rescue operations are continuing. These big boulders that have come are now being sent back to the this water that is flowing, but the relief and the rescue operation here continues as the Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is continuing its visit to review the situation that is prevailing here, including the relief and the rescue operations that are underway, as hundreds of lives are still under debris and over 50 lives have been lost in the ongoing operation.
Republic is on the ground bringing in the latest developments, getting in the latest response from Union Minister Jitendra Singh, who has lauded the Indian Army for their continued relief operations.
त्रासदी तो ही है, जो लोग बाहर से आए हैं उनको भी लगता है, जो समाचार मीडियम से जुड़े हैं उन्हें भी लगता है, लेकिन जो इस स्थान के साथ जिनका ताल्लुक है, जैसे मैं यहाँ का निर्वाचित सांसद हूँ, सुनील शर्मा जी हमारे नेता प्रतिपक्ष होने के अतिरिक्त यहाँ के स्थानीय विधायक भी हैं, या हमारे दूसरे कार्यकर्ता बंधु हैं, उनके लिए एक बड़ी दुखद बात ये भी है कि ये हमारा एक बड़ा तीर्थ स्थान होता था, एक बड़ा हमारा श्रद्धा का स्थल है। यहाँ मंदिर भी था, यहाँ भी अभी आप मंदिर देख रहे हैं। और 2014 से पहले, मोदी जी की सरकार आने से पहले इस स्थान की को पूरी तरह तिरस्कृत किया गया था, इसकी तरफ कोई तवज्जो नहीं दी गई थी। यहाँ ना सड़क थी, ना पानी था, ना बिजली थी।
सर, एक डेवलपमेंटल सेटबैक भी है, लाइफ लॉस तो है ही है, इसको सर कॉप अप कैसे किया जाएगा, प्लान क्या है?
नहीं, वो तो किया ही जाएगा, सरकार ने उसके लिए हर तरह की व्यवस्था की है, लेकिन हाँ, जो जाने चली गई उनकी कोई भरपाई नहीं है, और उनके परिवारों को भी के लिए भी कोई भरपाई नहीं है। आज भी जहाँ हम खड़े हैं इसके पीछे भी ये मलबा अभी साफ करने की प्रक्रिया जारी है, ना मालूम कितने लोग इसमें से भी दबे हुए।
प्रधानमंत्री निजी तौर पर इस पर नजर बनाए हुए हैं लगातार।
भी उन्होंने समीक्षा ली, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने तुरंत उनको जैसे पता चला उन्होंने अपना खेद प्रकट किया, ट्वीट किया, लगातार मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। आज भी वो जम्मू कश्मीर प्रदेश सरकार के साथ या केंद्र शासित प्रदेश सरकार के साथ निरंतर संपर्क में है। मुख्यमंत्री जी से उनकी बात हुई है, लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर के साथ उनकी गुफ्तगू हुई है, और हर चीज़ की वो जानकारी प्राप्त कर रहे हैं।
A massive cloudburst triggered landslide in Chisoti village of Thar region near Kishtwar. Indian Army deployed at Dul Kishtwar was the first to respond. We immediately mobilized our relief columns and reached the location in quick time. We are working in close coordination and synergy, shoulder to shoulder, with civil administration and other security agencies. The Indian Army so far rescued several people alive, evacuated more than 100 people. We have provided essential medicines and first aid to the injured people. Our columns have successfully evacuated several stranded people to safe location. We have also provided basic facilities like food and water to the affected people. Overall, the situation has improved drastically since yesterday. The Delta Force of the Indian Army has initiated its efforts to induct and establish a foot bridge across the Nala to facilitate move, and also earth-moving equipments are being fetched up. We would like to assure that only after the last man is brought to safety, the Indian Army will return to barracks.
And getting you more updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. After scripting history in space, Group Captain Shubhashu Shukla bids emotional farewell to his international crew set to arrive in New Delhi this evening.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, everyday.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आग और मसाला।
Will you agree to a ceasefire? agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? President Putin, how can the U.S. trust your word? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President,
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Let's go.
Thank you, press.
This week on Get Me Right, did we mark the end of American hegemony over the world as we have known it for a century? Did President Trump blink first in his trade war with China in extending the tariff waiver for another 90 days? Did the American president pass on the baton to Xi Jinping when he came under pressure from Beijing and allow NVIDIA AI chip sales to China? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports, our 4 sports, is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. Stories that need national stage. And I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for our 4 sports and let's cheer together.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, our next speaker has been at the forefront of several socio-legal battles for India's civilization identity. He started his career with the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi case in Ayodhya, challenging the 2010 verdict of the Allahabad High Court. In 2011, assisting his father, Sri Hari Shankar Jain, in the case. He has also been at the forefront of fighting the legal battle for the Gyanvapi Mosque, most of us who we know him for, and the whole nation is looking forward to that verdict. And today I want to welcome on stage Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain, presenting Reclaiming India's Legacy. Please put your hands together for him.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and I'm very thankful and honored to be a part of this nationalist conclave. And It's a great honor and privilege to be here. So basically the idea is that whenever we fight all these litigations in the court, and today the issue is about nation first. Whenever I ask a question to myself, and whenever I interact with a lot of youth who are practicing in the galleries of the Supreme Court, who are working in the Supreme Court, the question is that what did we achieve after a grand construction of Ram Temple on 24th of January 2024? 22nd January 2024. This entire journey of Ram Temple, which started from the suit which was filed by Gopal Singh Nisharat in 1950, till the judgment delivered by the Supreme Court on 9th of November 2019, is a message, is a reflection of our entire civilization. This is an entire battle of Ram Temple, which started from 1950, which lasted till 2019, is a message that how civilizational battles continue decades and decades, and after 20th generation, on 22nd of January 2024, we got a Ram Temple. So it's the issue of our glory. It's an issue that what is the message which we are giving to the global world. It's an issue that what is the message which we are giving to a geopolitical world. The message is that this country, our nation, in our nation, our ethos, our culture, our privilege is Bhagwan Ram, Lord Shiv, Lord Hanuman, Lord Krishna. And therefore, if you are trying to destroy the cultural heritage of this country through constitutional means, through legal means, we will fight and reclaim each and every temple without any, you can say, without any violence, as well as through the pen. And this is a message which we want to give to the world, that pen is mightier than the sword. Now a very interesting question arose when this entire issue of Ram Temple was going on, and why I am focusing in my today's talk about Ram Temple is because Ram Temple issue is an area where if you will look into the history, and 5 years back, or rather 10 years back, we were told that this can never be solved. We were told that Ram Temple is a dead issue and this can never be solved. It's better to build a hospital or a college there. And the questions were asked that what will you achieve, what will you gain if you will build a Ram Temple? And the similar questions are asked that what will you achieve and what will you gain when you will restore Gyan Vyapy or Krishna Janmabhoomi? So the issue is very, very relevant. So far, when we are conceiving the idea of India, when we are conceiving the idea of Bharat, when we are conceiving the idea of nation first. So Ram Temple, according to me, in my understanding, is a Rashtra temple. It's a temple for the entire nation. And the Maryada of Lord Ram, on which entire civilization is continuing, that has been re-established in November 2019 when the Supreme Court delivered its a unanimous judgment. So a very interesting question arose during the hearing of the Supreme Court in Ram Temple case. And the issue was that the idols are not existing on the spot. The issue arose that there is no temple in the site in question. And at that point of time, my senior, Mr. Parasaran, and my senior, Mr. Harishankar Jain, they argued on first principles of Hindu law. And if you all would be well aware, there are 3 very authoritative books which are written on Hindu law. One by Mr. Gopal Chandra Shastri, the other is by Honorable Justice B.K. Mukherjee, as he then was a retired judge of the Supreme Court on Hindu law, as well as Mr. P.V. Karne has written Dharma Shastra in 7 volumes on Hindu law, and he has been awarded as Bharat Ratna for his work. In all these 3 books, there is a very precise, we can say, a justification and a very precise Shastric niyam, which has been formulated after years of studies. And the formulation is that even if you break the idol, even if you destroy the idol, the existence of the deity continues on the spot. The deity keeps on existing on the spot in the question in invisible form. So suppose an invader in the past, in the fervor of his ideas, destroyed a temple, destroyed an idol. But the question is that you can destroy the idol, you can destroy the temple, but you cannot destroy the existence of the deity, and the generations and generations will continue and say that this is the spot on which Ram Lala was Virajman, and please restore us. And this Ram temple, this entire journey is a message to the entire world that through constitutional means, through legal means, we can achieve what a civilization deserves. We all remember, we all know that when the debate was going on in Ram temple case, how in 1528 an invader demolished our temple. What was the vow, what was the qasam which was taken by the invader Babar? And in that vow he has demolished the temple. All those things which we all know. But the point, the legal issue which arose was that if the temple has been destroyed in the past, today what are the means, how will we recover it? And therefore, a very interesting judgment was passed, and I think I can say it was a founding order which led to a final judgment in Ram temple case, was passed by Justice Sudhir Narayan of Allahabad High Court in 2002, wherein he directed the ASI survey of Ram temple. And I must clarify with lot of sense of responsibility today that आप जितने टीवी चैनल्स पर डिबेट सुनते होंगे, देखते होंगे, a very fake message is being propagated that there is no finding in the Ram temple judgment that there was a temple which was existing in the past. The Supreme Court very categorically, I am saying, the Supreme Court in Ram temple case on 2021 SCC page 1 in Ram Mandir judgment has categorically held that the structure which was existing was a non-Islamic structure. The structure which was existing. During the excavation, during the ASI survey, Lord Hanuman was found, Shivling was found, 14 Kasauti ke pillars were found, and so many things which were resonating, which were part of old Hindu sculptures, old Hindu architecture was found during the excavation. And let me also tell you, if you all recollect, that at that point of time, there was lot of you can say lot of resistance. Therefore, the pits which were dug at that point of time were very limited pits. But during this recent development of Ram temple after 2019 judgment, more idols and more deities were recovered from the spot. So at that point of time, after having the complete ASI report, the Supreme Court has unanimously held that this entire structure which was existing was non-Islamic. By saying that it is non-Islamic, it meant that it is of other civilizations also, including the Hindus, Buddhists and other civilizations. So just by saying that Ram temple, there is no finding of the Supreme Court that no pre-existing temple was destroyed is absolutely wrong. There is a very categorical judgment on this point, and therefore the Honorable Supreme Court on 9th of November 2019 granted this particular order. One very important portion of law also has been developed, and finally which has, by virtue of Article 141 of the Constitution, it has attained finality. That is, that the existence of the deity continues, and Hindu deity is a juristic entity, and it has a right to sue and it can be sued. So these are very important portions of Ram temple judgment which was delivered by the Supreme Court. And with the idea of nation first, with the idea of a civilization, when I was having a conversation with my father, Shri Harishankar Jainji, that, and kindly see, this is such a beautiful issue which we all must understand as a civilization, that when Ram temple was destroyed in 1528, was there any message given by our ancestors that you go and recover the temple? It's a smriti. It's a culture. It's a civilizational battle which continued for 20 generations. So many people sacrificed their lives. So many people sacrificed their lives for restoration of Ram Temple. So many people could not see the construction of Bhavya Ram Temple. But after 20th generation, we are the lucky ones, we are the fortunate ones that though the sacrifice which our ancestors gave, today we are seeing a Bhavya Ram Temple which is existing at the site in question. And in the same manner, I understand that today in this conclave, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of military, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of geopolitical level, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of academics. But kindly understand and appreciate that when we are talking about nation first, when we are talking about to build a nation, we must know that we cannot build a nation on the interest after sacrificing the interest of the majority community. Today in our nation, such laws have been enacted in the past where the interest of the majority community is at stake. For example, the Places of Worship Act 1991. For example, the Waqf Act 1995, which has been, as of now, stayed by the Honorable Supreme Court. The matter was heard in the Honorable Supreme Court in the month of May, and the judgment had to be delivered so far as the interim order was concerned, but till date, the judgment has not been delivered. So these are very important civilizational issues. And I am very shocked, and as an officer of the court, as well as a soldier of the Supreme Court, I feel lot of pain when I see that in the Supreme Court, instead of having a large debate on these constitutional issues, one of our focus areas is that whether the retired Chief Justice of the Supreme Court has vacated the bungalow. Today we are focusing on those issues. So Supreme Court is concerned, is known as a court of the Constitution, is known for its constitutional verdicts, and today, after about 4 years in the Supreme Court, there is no stand which is taken on the Places of Worship Act. Today, after so many years of legal struggle, there is no stand which is taken on the Waqf Act 1995, and these are very important issues. Today, before the Supreme Court, the National Commission on Minority Act is under challenge, under question. Today, before the Supreme Court, the members of the majority community are saying that within our national framework, against the principles of the Constitution, a majority community is getting violated on the basic principles of law. That has to be heard. Today, before the Supreme Court, we are saying that the shivling which is existing in Gyan Vyapi, that is a shivling, that is a shivling, that is a shivling. It is not a fountain, it is not a fountain, it is not a fountain. We are asking, see, on 16th of May 2022, on Buddha Purnima, on Monday, we found the shivling. And at that point of time, immediately the Civil Justice Senior Division had sealed that area. And why I am raising this issue of shivling in Gyan Vyapi? Because this is the root of this entire civilization. We cannot imagine a nation without a Gyan Vyapi. We cannot imagine a nation without a Krishna Janmabhoomi. We cannot imagine a nation without Bhoshala. We cannot imagine a nation without our temples. We cannot imagine a nation without the Hindu civilization. This entire nation will not be a nation, will not be secular if Hindus are not in majority. This nation is only secular because Hindus are in majority. And that's why I'm raising this issue on this, before this August gathering, on the issue of Gyan Vyapi and the shivling. On 16th of May 2022, we found the shivling in the Gyan Vyapi. And it is not that we just said that it's a shivling. We confirmed it, we believed on our conviction, and we said it's a shivling. The Honorable Civil Justice Senior Division sealed that shivling on the same day, on 16th of May 2022. Therefore, the matter travelled to the Supreme Court directly. From the order of civil judge, directly the matter travelled to the Supreme Court. My Lord Honorable Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, as he then was, on first time in the Indian legal history, the order of Civil Justice Senior Division was subsumed in the order of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said that that area will be kept sealed. After that, we said that let the shivling be excavated without even touching it. There can be an ASI survey of the shivling. Therefore, we can know that whether it's a shivling or a fountain. The Allahabad High Court gave a landmark verdict so far as the ASI survey of the shivling area was concerned. And that judgment was ultimately stayed by the Supreme Court of 19th of May 2023. And till date, despite repeated requests, despite repeated applications, that issue of ASI survey of shivling is still stayed by the Supreme Court. So the question is that today we have punished Nupur. But the question is that the question which was raised at that point of time and the entire country was in a debate that whether it's a shivling or a fountain, you must be shocked to know that which were the persons who approached the Supreme Court. It was a community which said that it's a fountain. They only approached the Supreme Court and got a stay over the judgment of the Allahabad High Court. If they were so much thorough with their research and if they believed that what they are saying is a fountain, then there should have been an ASI survey of that area, that structure which we found on 16th of May 2022. And it's out of 12 Jyotirlings, 5 Jyotirlings are Swayambhu. And out of 5 Jyotirlings, the very first Jyotirling is Gyanvyapy. And therefore, this is a route and it is very, very necessary that we get it recovered. अभी recently, मैं अपनी family के साथ सोमनाथ टेम्पल गया था. अगर आप सब लोग सोमनाथ टेम्पल गए होंगे तो सोमनाथ टेम्पल में आपने देखा होगा that there is an arrow which says that यहाँ से लेके पृथ्वी के साउथ पोल तक एक कण भी नहीं है जमीन का. और ये 7th सेंचुरी में वहां पे लगाया गया था. अब मैं पूछना चाहता हूं सारे लोगों से, सारे बुद्धिजीवियों से, ये बताइए 7th सेंचुरी में क्या कोई सैटेलाइट थी? कैसे पता चला था हमारे पूर्वजों को कि यहां से लेकर पृथ्वी के अंत तक जमीन का एक कण भी नहीं है? और इसीलिए these temples are not just temples. These temples are a symbol of our civilization. These temples are a symbol and a message of cultural unity. These are the temples by which we all grow. These are the temples by which we get energy. And the center of energy, let me tell you, is Gyanvyapy. The center of energy is Krishna Janmabhoomi. And these are most pious things which have to be reclaimed. And the legal battle and struggle is going on before the Supreme Court and the High Court. Every day we are fighting, we are continuously fighting against these odds. But the question is that whenever we fight against these odds, our entire battle, there is an entire group which tries to paint our battle with a brush of communal flavor. It is not a question of communal favor. It is not a battle. It is not a question of Hindus or Muslims. It is a question that it's completely legal. And these questions which are today before the court and before all of you is completely having lot of research. With lot of sense of responsibility, I am saying that these are the questions which do not have any emotions. So far as court of law is concerned, these are the questions which are pending in the court of law, has lot of research, Shastric research it has historical research, it has documentary evidences, it has oral evidences, it has archaeological survey of India evidences, and therefore, so far as Gyanvyapy Bhojshala is concerned, in these 2 sites, through detailed archaeological survey, in Gyanvyapy the ASI report was of 90 days, and on Republic only on the first time the ASI report was broken with Mr. Arnab Goswami. He had broken that report as to what are the conclusions of the ASI. So far as the Gyanvyapy is concerned, in Bhojshala after 99 days of survey, a categorical report has come. And let me tell you, the report of Bhojshala and Gyanvyapy, so far as principles of law are concerned, so far as academic interest is concerned, is better than the report which was given in Ram Temple. So therefore, it has lot of research, it has lot of meaning to it. And when we are conceiving about an idea of Bharat, when we are conceiving about an idea of India, it is very, very important that we talk about the discrepancies, we talk about the discrimination which is there in the law, which is existing as on today. And therefore, I mentioned certain acts of parliament which are still existing, which are still there in the statute books. We must be aware of our rights, our issues. And the last issue which I want to flag, and then I will rest my conversation, is please, I request all of you that please have a look, and as a society, we must all think about the Pakistani refugees who have come, Pakistani Hindu refugees who have come from Pakistan. Some of them are staying in shelter homes in Majnu Ka Tila. Some of them are staying in shelter homes in various parts of the country. But their situation is very, they are in a very, very bad situation. And as a society, as a community, we all must help them. मैं अभी रिसेंटली अपने इस पूरे एडवोकेट के करियर के दौरान अभी कुछ दिनों पहले मेरे से कुछ पाकिस्तानी हिंदू जो वहाँ से विस्थापित होकर यहाँ पे आए, मुझसे मिलने आए, और उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि कितनी बुरी स्थिति में वो आज यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं और क्या उन्होंने ताड़ना प्रताड़ना वहाँ पे झेली है। तो जो आज हम लोग का टॉपिक है, आज अगर आज वी मस्ट बी प्राउड एज अ नेशन, वी मस्ट बी प्राउड एज अ सोसाइटी दैट जब वो लोग वहां से यहाँ पे भारत में आए हैं, इतनी ताड़ना प्रताड़ना झेल के भी वो आज सिर्फ इसलिए खुश हैं क्योंकि वो इस यहाँ की सरजमीन में है। कम से कम अभी उनकी बहन बच्चियों के साथ बलात्कार नहीं हो रहा है, सिर्फ इसलिए खुश है। पर इस समय हमारी ड्यूटी है एज अ सोसाइटी, एज अ कम्युनिटी, अपने उन भाइयों की मदद करने की जो वहां से बद से बदतर जिंदगी जी के आए हैं, और जिन लोगों को बहुत सारी बातें जो एक एकेडमिक इंटरेस्ट की हैं, वो जब उनसे मिलेंगे तो उन्हें समझ में आएगा कि ग्राउंड लेवल पे क्या हो रहा है, किस तरह से वहां पे भारी मात्रा में रेप किया गया उनकी आंखों के सामने, और आज वो वहां से अपनी इज्जत आबरू बचा के आए हैं और अभी भी उनके पास जॉब्स नहीं है, लाइवलीहुड नहीं है, शेल्टर्स नहीं है, जहां पे रह रहे हैं वहां पे हटाने के ऑर्डर्स किए जा रहे हैं कि यहां पे आप इलीगल रह रहे हैं। तो एज अ सोसाइटी, एज अ कम्युनिटी, व्हेन वी आर डेवलपिंग द आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया, हमें उन सारे लोगों को इंटीग्रेट करने की जरूरत है। सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट एक्ट में हमने 2014 तक उनको नागरिकता दी है, पर 2014 के बाद भी करीब 1 करोड़ से ऊपर पाकिस्तानी हिंदू वहां से विस्थापित होकर आए हैं। उनको भी हमें मेन स्ट्रीम में इंटीग्रेट करने की, अपने भाइयों की तरह रखने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। तभी जाके हमारा जो आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया है, तभी जाके हमारा जो आइडिया है नेशन फर्स्ट, वो कंप्लीट होगा। क्योंकि वो लोग जिन्होंने अपने धर्म के आधार पे वहां पे ह्यूमिलेशन झेला है, आज उनको मेन स्ट्रीम में इंटीग्रेट करने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। आप लोगों ने मुझे इतनी धैर्यतापूर्वक सुना, आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल एंड थैंकफुल, and Jai Hind and Namaskar to all of you.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
How can the U.S. trust your word? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Let's go.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Ceasefire! Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, you're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Some voices do not just sing songs, they write the soundtrack of our lives. One such voice belongs to a legend whose melodies have traveled across the decades and generations. This time on Legends on Republic TV, we celebrate the timeless magic of Asha Bhosle, the voice that continues to inspire, enchant and unite the music lovers around the world. Her journey is more than a music, it's history, heart and heritage in every note that she sings. Legend featuring Asha Bhosle only on Republic TV. Let's get started.
After Trump-Putin-Alaska summit, Donald Trump dials Ukrainian counterpart Zelensky to meet a US president in Washington, D.C. on Monday. NDA parliamentary meeting on 19th August ahead of the vice presidential polls. Prime Minister to address the NDA MPs. Controversy over NCERT's new module on horrors of partition. Congress hits out saying facts misinterpreted. A 40-year-old man tragically dies in the national capital after coming under the wheels of a speeding Thar. Accused is currently on the run. Over 50 killed in Kishtwar's cloudburst. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah takes stock of the situation on ground. After scripting history in space, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla bids emotional farewell to his international crew. Is all set to arrive in the national capital this evening. Let's start with the breaking news coming in. Chinese Foreign Affairs Minister Wang Yi is all set to visit India on August 18th, that is day after tomorrow, for the 24th round of talks between the special representatives of China and India on the boundary question. This visit is scheduled to take place shortly before the Prime Minister's crucial visit to China later this month to attend the SCO summit, which will take place from August 31st to September 1st is what we are learning. But just ahead of this, a very crucial meeting by the Foreign Affairs Ministers Wang Yi, who is all set to arrive in the national capital day after tomorrow for talks with the Indian minister. We are learning that he will be holding talks with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval on the disputed border. The second such meeting since the deadly clash, remember, that took place in 2020. In fact, what we are learning is that Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to meet Chinese President by the end of this month when he travels to China, his first visit in 7 years. And just before that, this crucial visit by the Chinese Foreign Minister is all set to arrive day after tomorrow, that is August 18th, for the 24th round of talks between the special representatives of China and India on the boundary question. And this will take place shortly before the Prime Minister's visit there. And we'll continue to get you more details on that. For now, shifting our focus to Election Commission as it has announced a press conference tomorrow at 3 o'clock following its notice to Rahul Gandhi over his allegation of voter fraud in the election. The Congress leader, remember, he had accused the Election Commission of its, in fact, a vote chori or vote theft, prompting a sharp response from the poll body. Now, according to the sources, a significant announcement is expected during the briefing as the controversy continues to escalate. So this is how the Election Commission of India is planning to respond to Rahul Gandhi's vote theft allegation that is he has put forth. In fact, remember, just last week, in fact, this was a massive charge leveled by Rahul Gandhi as far as vote chori is concerned, not just in the state of Karnataka, but also UP and Maharashtra. There were several counters that had come from Election Commission of India, but now a big press conference that it is going to do tomorrow at 3 o'clock. It will be press conference versus press conference, because remember last week Rahul Gandhi, he held all those documents in a press conference saying that there has been a vote chori, a vote theft in several states during the Lok Sabha election. Now to counter that, the Election Commission of India is going to hold a press conference tomorrow at 3 o'clock. And not just this, in the last 1.5 weeks, there's been massive ruckus as far as the vote theft allegation is concerned. Bharatiya Janata Party, through several press conferences, they have countered this charge. In fact, from the Parliament of India to the Election Commission, the opposition leaders of as many as 25 parties, they carried out a protest. They had an appointment lined up with the Election Commission of India that day as well, but they did not attend that. In fact, they took to the streets and did a protest. Now, to counter that allegation, the Election Commission of India is all set to hold a press conference tomorrow at 3 o'clock following the notice, after notice that Rahul Gandhi was given as far as his massive allegation is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who's been tracking these details very closely. Gopi, what is expected according to your sources in the Election Commission? Because we are learning it's going to be a press conference by Rahul Gandhi versus the press conference by the Election Commission of India. What is slated to happen?
Well, yes, Akanksha, to tell our viewers that tomorrow is the big press conference which is going to happen at the National Media Center in New Delhi. While what we are understanding from our sources is that it will be the entire commission who will be addressing the press conference, which includes CEC as well as the two election commissioners. Now, the topic and point of discussion would be revolving around the showdown which has been happening since many days, which includes the SIR as well as a response to various political parties regarding quote-unquote vote chori, which has been claimed by Rahul Gandhi time and again. Not just that, what we are also understanding from our sources is that major announcements are expected at this PC. To tell our viewers that ECI had previously confirmed that they are going to introduce SIR in the whole of India, in every state of India. So let's wait and watch what comes out after the very important PC, which is going to happen tomorrow at the National Media Center in New Delhi. Back to you.
Absolutely. All eyes will be on this very crucial press conference by the Election Commission of India. Keep tracking that story very closely, Gopi. We'll come to you tomorrow for the updates on that as well. Now, shifting our focus to another story that we're tracking for you. All-out face-off over the Prime Minister's remark on RSS, remember, on Independence Day, has broken out. Now, reaction has come in from AIMIM Chief Owaisi, who has now said that Prime Minister praising the RSS is a great insult to the freedom struggle of the country. He has accused the RSS of opposing inclusive nationalism and claimed its ideology of Hindutva is fundamentally against the Indian Constitution. This is a big remark that has come in from Owaisi. In fact, Prime Minister's mention of RSS in the Independence Day speech has ignited fierce criticism, not just from other opposition leaders, but specifically from AIMIM Chief Owaisi, who has called it a betrayal of India's freedom struggle. Listen into what he said.
मुल्क की आवाम को, जनता को अपने भाषण के जरिए ये बताती है कि उनकी सरकार ने क्या किया या क्या करने वाले हैं, एक रिवायत रही है। मगर प्रधानमंत्री 15 अगस्त के दिन 2025 में खड़े होकर आरएसएस की तारीफ करना, उनके 100 साल के मुकम्मल होने पर उनके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री ने देश को जो बताया है, मैं समझता हूं कि ये हमारी जंग आज़ादी की जद्दोजहद की एक बहुत बड़ी तौहीन हुई है।
And this fresh face-off has broken out after Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that RSS was the largest NGO in the whole world that started for over 100 years, dedicated its work in the service of the nation. And now this has led to a whole controversy with the various statements coming in. But first up, listen into what the Prime Minister said yesterday.
आज मैं बहुत गर्व के साथ एक बात का जिक्र करना चाहता हूं। आज से 100 साल पहले एक संगठन का जन्म हुआ, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ। 100 साल की राष्ट्र की सेवा एक बहुत ही गौरवपूर्ण स्वर्णिम पृष्ठ है। व्यक्ति निर्माण से राष्ट्र निर्माण के संकल्प को लेकर के 100 साल तक मां भारती का कल्याण का लक्ष्य लेकर के लक्षावधि स्वयंसेवकों ने मातृभूमि के कल्याण के लिए अपना जीवन समर्पित किया है। सेवा, समर्पण, संगठन और अप्रतिम अनुशासन, ये जिसकी पहचान रही है, ऐसा राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ दुनिया का ये सबसे बड़ा एनजीओ है। एक प्रकार से 100 साल का उसका समर्पण का इतिहास है। आज लाल किले की प्राचीर से 100 साल की इस राष्ट्र सेवा की यात्रा में योगदान करने वाले सभी स्वयंसेवकों को आदरपूर्वक स्मरण करता हूं और देश गर्व करता है राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ की इस 100 साल की भव्य समर्पित यात्रा को और हमें प्रेरणा देता रहेगा।
And now shifting our focus to another story that we're tracking for you. The Ministry of External Affairs has now issued a statement on the Putin-Trump meeting in Alaska that took place just few hours ago. In fact, the External Affairs Minister, they have welcomed the summit meeting in Alaska between US President Donald Trump and Putin of Russia. In fact, let me read out the statement for you. In a statement, India has said India welcomes the summit meeting in Alaska between US President and Russian President. Their leadership in the pursuit of peace is highly condemnable. India appreciates the progress made in the summit. The way forward can only be through dialogue and diplomacy. The world wants to see an early end to the conflict in Ukraine. This is a big statement that has been given by India, that the world is looking forward to the early end of this conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Let me go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who's been tracking this story very closely. Chandrakala, now the statement that is coming from India as far as few hours later after this crucial Alaska meeting between Donald Trump and Putin is concerned, there was no resolution, no deal, no breakthrough at all. But now India says that the world wants to see an early end. In fact, Prime Minister earlier also said that this is not a time of war. Same thing has been repeated yet again. Chandrakala.
Yes, in fact, Akanksha, it's a very, very, a very strong message being put out by India at a very critical juncture. The fact that, of course, India has always has reiterated that, yes, dialogue and diplomacy is the only way forward. And again, yet again, it has said that the leadership, that both the leaders met in the pursuit of peace is highly commendable. Also, the fact that a very, very remarkable meeting that took place yesterday, I would say the high-stakes meeting between Trump and President Putin was in fact biled as a vital step towards peace in the Ukraine one, but with no ceasefire and an invitation to Moscow. I would say that the 3-hour-long meeting, it was a 3-hour-long meeting between the two leaders, has left us with a lot of questions than answers, I would say, of course. And now India has endorsed that peace and dialogue and diplomacy is the only way forward. It has highly appreciated that two leaders met. And of course, the Ukrainian President Zelensky is also slated to meet President Trump on Monday. So yes, it's a huge development when it comes to diplomacy. Over to you.
Absolutely, Chandrakala. In fact, stay on with us. Remember, Ukrainian President Zelensky was not part of this crucial meeting between US President Donald Trump and Russian President. Now, he has issued a statement. He said that he has coordinated position with the European leaders amid the ongoing conflict, stressing that, quote-unquote, the killing must stop and calling for a complete ceasefire both on the battlefield and in the sky as well. In fact, he emphasized that there's a need to maintain the pressure on Russia as long as its aggression and occupation continues, reaffirming Ukraine's call for international unity and action. This is the latest statement that has come in from Ukrainian President. A few hours after that crucial meeting between US President and Russian President took place. And remember, after the meeting, Donald Trump had said now the onus is on the Ukrainian President. In fact, just few hours later, he also spoke with Zelensky. There was a half an hour long conversation between Donald Trump and Zelensky, after which it was decided that both the leaders will now meet on Monday in Washington, D.C. So after this crucial meet between Donald Trump and Russian President, all eyes will be on that crucial meeting between US President and now the Ukrainian President, just another 2 days. And now shifting our focus, in a tragic hit-and-run incident in Jaipur, a retired army captain was fatally crushed by a speeding car driven by a woman on the morning of 15th August, that is yesterday. He was cycling to Chitrakoot Stadium when the vehicle struck him from behind and dragged him for nearly 10 meters matters leading to his painful death. We actually have the CCTV footage that you can see on the screen. This is of the incident that has emerged, showing the women driver with a child in the car and multiple vehicles passing by without even stopping to help this man who has been crushed. And this is another hit-and-run incident that has come to the fore. Earlier today, we told you about a similar hit-and-run incident that has come to the fore in the national capital. And now another one in Jaipur. A retired army captain was fatally crushed by the speeding car that you can see on the screen that was being driven by a woman. And in fact, this man who has now died, he was cycling to the stadium when the vehicle struck him from behind, as you can see in the visuals as well. Well, there on your screen, you can see this is the CCTV footage of the incident that has gone viral on social media as well. And this shows the women driver with a child in the car and multiple vehicles passing by without stopping to help at all. We'll try and connect with a reporter to know if this lady there has been arrested or not. And remember, this has been a campaign for Republic TV over the last many months. Several such incidents have come to the fore wherein innocent people have lost their lives under the wheels of cars being driven by those who have no fear of the law whatsoever. Another such incident was in fact reported in the national capital, wherein a 40-year-old man tragically died after his motorcycle was that he was riding was hit by a speeding Thar. The victim was standing with his black motorcycle on the roadside when he was hit by the speeding white Thar SUV that in fact we will show you on the screen as well. That is that Thar that hit that man, 40-year-old man who lost his life in the national capital. Let me go across to my colleague Akhil, who's joining us live from the national capital as far as this tragic case is concerned. What more update do you have, Akhil? Because in the last few hours, we are learning that the man who was driving this white SUV Thar, he absconded, he fled from the spot after killing this man. Has he been nabbed?
Well, Akanksha, if you see, this is the second incident within a week, because a similar kind of incident took place on August 10, when what we have seen that in Chanakpuri at 11 Moti Nagar area, this unfortunate incident took place in which a person who was rash driving his SUV Thar vehicle, at that point in time, he basically mowed down two persons, in which what we have got to know from the Delhi police sources that it was later on confirmed that both the persons died. And if you see what has happened last night, at around 1 a.m., a similar kind of incident took place in which what we have seen that a person who was just standing in Moti Nagar area, at that point in time, he was just standing on his bike, and he was having a conversation with his family members, because one of his family members was ill and he was admitted to a nearby hospital where he was rushing. So at that point in time, there was a person who was driving his vehicle, and he basically rammed into the pavement. And when that person who was standing over there made a head-on collision with that Thar, and in that incident what we have seen that he died on a spot, and when he was taken to a nearby hospital, the doctors have declared him dead. And what we have seen that after that the forensic team has arrived at the spot, and the crime team also arrived at the spot. They have recovered all the CCTV footages from there. So right now the Delhi police team is looking into the matter, and the legal proceedings are underway. But if you see in this case, what we have got to learn from the eyewitnesses over there, that the person who was driving the vehicle was under the influence of alcohol, because when we arrived over there, what we have seen that there were several cans of alcohol which was present inside the very car, not only in the front seat but as well as on the rear seat as well. And there's one more factor that we have got to know from the CCTV footage, and it's pretty clear there was another person who was sitting next to the pilot seat, that is a co-passenger seat. So right now Delhi police team is trying to find out the accused, that who was driving, and was it the person who basically owns the car was driving the vehicle at a very high speed, which basically rammed into the pavement, in which what we have seen that in that fatal incident, a 40-year-old person has lost his life.
Absolutely tragic, Akhil. In fact, this person was drunk. He hit this man who has lost his life, and then he fled the spot. Thank you so much for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. In fact, just a while back, my colleague also spoke with the victim's brother. Listen into what he said.
भाई के साथ हुआ है, रात को 10 बजे करीब बोल के आया था कि मैं हॉस्पिटल जा रहा हूँ, आचार्य भिक्षु की से मिलने हैं, कोई एडमिट था, और मिल के वो रात को निकलता करीब 1 बजे, करमपुरा निकलते ही करमपुरा में किसी साइड में बात करने लगा फ़ोन पे रुक करके। आगे गाड़ी खड़ी थी साइड में और पीछे से थार वाले ने टक्कर मार दी।
क्या बहुत तेज़ रफ्तार से थार आ रही थी? कितनी रफ्तार रही होगी लगभग अंदाज़ा?
थार की लगभग जो अंदाज़ा है मेरा लगभग 80 से 90 के आसपास थी, क्योंकि एयरबैग सारे खुले पड़े हैं उसके। बियर की बोतलें, दारू की बोतलें पूरी कैरेट पड़ी गाड़ी में। अच्छा, और देखना ये पुलिस वालों कार्रवाई के ऊपर कि जो थार ये पटेल नगर की है, पटेल नगर में कोई छोटा आदमी नहीं होगा। अच्छा, अभी देखना कि पुलिस वाले क्या कार्रवाई करते हैं ऊपर, पैसा लेकर साइड हो जाते हैं या कार्रवाई करते हैं।
अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए कि जो बंदा था उसके अंदर उसके साथ कोई और भी था क्या? वो शराब के नशे में धुत था?
जाहिर सी बात है कि गाड़ी में जो है, गाड़ी में जितने लोग रहे, 1 लोग हैं, 2 लोग रहे होंगे, अगर बियर की बोतलें या दारू की बोतलें पड़ी हैं तो नॉर्मल तो रह नहीं होंगे। ठीक है, अगर 70, 80, 90 की गाड़ी स्पीड में थी तो ड्रिंकिंग कर रखी हुई पूरी 100%। अच्छा, जो प्रत्यक्षदर्शी वहाँ जो बताते हैं कि गाड़ी में जितने लोग बैठे थे इतना ज़्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, उन्हें चला भी नहीं जा रहा था।
And now shifting our focus, President and Prime Minister Narendra Modi today paid rich tributes to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his death anniversary at Sadaiv Atal in the national capital. Several other leaders, including Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, JDU MP Sanjay Jha and Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta, they all were present and they paid homage to the statesman. Watch this.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the nation in offering floral tributes to Sadaiv Atal, the memorial of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Earlier, the Prime Minister took to X, saying, remembering Atalji on his Punya Tithi. His dedication and spirit of service towards India's progress continue to inspire. President Draupadi Murmu also paid floral tributes, honouring the legacy of one of India's most respected leaders. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, JDU MP Sanjay Jha and Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta also paid homage, underscoring Vajpayee's cross-party influence.
हम सब आज अटल जी के पुण्यतिथि पर श्रद्धांजलि देने आए हैं। हर साल जन्मदिन और पुण्यतिथि दोनों समय हम यहाँ आते हैं और देश का राष्ट्रपति जी, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ हम सब यहाँ प्रार्थना सभा में आए हैं और अटल जी को हमेशा हम याद करते रहते हैं।
आज हम सब यहाँ पर उनकी पुण्यतिथि पर उनको श्रद्धांजलि देने कर आए हैं। उनके चरणों में कोटि कोटि नमन करते हुए, उनको पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करते हुए ये संकल्पित होते हैं कि भारत को विश्वगुरु बनाने का संकल्प जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने लिया है, उसको सिद्धि तक हम अवश्य लेके जाएंगे, अटल जी की दी हुई शिक्षाओं का अनुसरण करते हुए।
A founding member of the BJP, Atal Bihari Vajpayee passed away on August 16, 2018 at the age of 93. He served as Prime Minister 3 times, briefly in 1996 and later from 1998 to 2004. His birthday, December 25, is marked as Good Governance Day.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the controversy over NCERT's new module on horrors of partition. Congress has hit out, saying that facts have been misinterpreted. We'll tell you more about this after this very short break. Stay with us.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports, our 4 sports, is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. Stories that need national stage. And I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for our 4 sports and let's cheer together.
और प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला। डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why?
Yes, the handshake. That's the moment. That's the moment. He was welcoming Putin with the claps and Putin walking towards him and that handshake. Look at this.
There you have both the leaders smiling here. President Putin, he knows that the agenda that he has on his mind has been achieved to a greater extent. For the Ukrainians, it's going to be extremely tough because they believe that it's going to be an unabated war right now. President Putin, he has essentially got emboldened at this point in time.
The level of comfort between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, several handshakes, and you see the visual of what happened backstage before they came up on stage. They shared a laugh, they had a joke. Look at the body language, and that's exactly what is not going down well now with NATO and Zelensky.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week was of a seminal development, an equivalent of a page-marking geopolitical event of centurion scale, that of transfer of power from a receding empire to a rising one, from the United States of America to China via Alaska. For long in a Thucydides trap, the Americans somehow believed this would never happen. The coming of Donald Trump was seen as a bulwark against that eventuality. But as ironies go, it is Trump who has handed over the baton to Xi Jinping. If you read the tea leaves right, like I'm doing, and look beyond the bluster of Donald Trump, you would realize that this is a nervous America negotiating its terms of disengagement as it counts the last days of its hegemony. Let's get going.
This is an old chip that China already has. And I deal with Jensen, who's a great guy, and NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20, It's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name, but they have it. Or they have a combination of two will make up for it and even then some. Now Jensen Jensen's a very brilliant guy, and Jensen also has a new chip, the Blackwell. Do you know what the Blackwell is? The Blackwell is super duper advanced. I wouldn't make a deal with that, although it's possible I'd make a deal, a somewhat enhanced in a negative way Blackwell. In other words, take 30% to 50% off of it. But that's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years. But the H20 is obsolete. You know, it's one of those things, but it still has a market. So I said, listen, I want 20% if I'm going to approve this for you, for the country, for our country, for the U.S. I don't want it myself. You know, every time I say like 747, I want, yeah, for the Air Force. So I just wanted, so when I say I want 20, I want for the country. I only care about the country. I don't care about myself. And he said, would you make it 15? So we negotiate a little deal. So he's selling a essentially old chip that Huawei has a similar chip, a chip that does the same thing. And I said, good, if I'm going to give it to you, because they have a, they have a stopper, what we call a stopper, not allowed to do it. It's really known as a restrictive covenant. And I said, if I'm going to do that, I want you to pay us as a country something, because I'm giving you a release. I released them only from the H20.
The American empire is dead. It has run its course. A century of American domination of the world politics came to a military, economic, and most significantly, a psychological end. A declining America blinked and ceded the empire to China. This week marks the date which we can pin as the day of its demise, August 12 to be precise. On this day, the Trump administration allowed AI chip maker NVIDIA to sell most of its advanced chip systems to China. This capitulation came within hours of Beijing issuing a threat that trade talks would stall if sale of those chips was not allowed. Trump gulped his ego, swallowed his pride, and nodded to NVIDIA to go ahead. Like a typical bully who palpitates on meeting a match, Trump put a brave face. He said this was a deal like no other, like most things in his life, that he was only allowing a toned-down export version of the older H20 and latest Blackwell chips to be sold to the Chinese, and that he was making NVIDIA pay the American government a cut on those sales. Imagine, the embargo on chip sales to China was put by the supposedly pusillanimous Biden administration, according to the mega universe. And the sale is being allowed by the macho Trump. Imagine also the cut on revenue of a private corporation that Trump has asked for is more horrible than the worst of the command and control economy a communist government could conjure. Experts have also flagged national security implications of the move.
We'll see what happens. China's been, we've been dealing very nicely with China, as you probably have heard.
Same day, Trump extended by another 90 days the activation of tariffs on China that the American president had imposed on Liberation Day as part of his larger tariff war. If this is not abject surrender, what can be? Xi Jinping has Trump by the scruff of his neck. Here, Vice President J.D. Vance, what he told Fox News. I cannot play the clip, but here's his quote. When asked how come China was getting away without Russia-specific tariffs unlike India, Vance said, well, he's thinking about it and would make a decision. The China issue is a little more complicated because our relationship with China affects a lot of other things that have nothing to do with the Russian situation. The president is reviewing his options and he would make a decision when he decides, unquote. Hours after this, Trump made the surrender with the tariff waiver. When Trump took over as president, average tariff on Chinese goods stood at between 8 to 10%. In his first month in office in February, the US raised that to 20%. The Chinese did not respond. But the Liberation Day announcement by Trump that jacked up tariffs to 140% in case of China elicited an immediate response with a reciprocal slapping of 125% tariffs on American goods exports. The message was loud and clear. Xi Jinping was willing to stare down the bully. There was some song and dance by Trump, but through the loud saber rattling, it was clear that it was less of saber and more of rattle. Even the Trump inner circle realized that this would backfire. Came the first climb down with a truce being announced in the month of May, and the Americans brought down the tariffs to 30%. The Chinese matched steps, cooling their side to 20%. Things stood there, and the May truce now gets extended till November 10, providing enough time for American importers to stock up on Chinese goods for the festive season of Christmas and the winters. Imagine, for all the bombast of Trump, his administration blinked first. For all the bluster, the Chinese matched him step for step, proving his threats to be hollow and useless as a negotiation tool. While there is none, people do want to believe that there's a method to Trump's madness. It could be a coincidence, but the 3-month extension of truce came around the same time that America recorded highest inflation numbers for the consumers since February. Against a target of 2% by the Federal Bank, the figure stood at 2.7%. But like other statistics, this hides the story more than it reveals. The core inflation, minus food and energy costs, stood at a steep 3.1%, and areas like air tickets and tomatoes increased by 4 and 3.3%. While the numbers might still be giving a mixed grocery bag, the pattern is clear. Inflation is headed north, and sooner than later, American consumer would foot the bill. This was third month on the trot that inflation kept inching upwards. Dollar caught cold, falling against most currencies. The US greenback is in fact down 11% since January this year. And this is the biggest slide in the last 50 years. Economists would tell you that the cascading effect of tariffs takes some time to show up on your plate. For one, most of the importers had stocked up on old rate supplies. They get another 90 days to tide over the Yuletide spirits. But sooner than later, the new tariffs would catch up. Goldman Sachs released a report suggesting this could be as soon as fall. The report said consumers could bear as much as 2/3 of the costs. Trump has claimed that tariffs have landed US Treasury some US $300 billion of bounty, which puts the Goldman estimate at US $200 billion that Americans, both mega and non-mega, would pay over and above what they would have under the new tariff regime as it kicks in. Goldman CEO got berated by Trump from his bully pulpit of Truth Social. But the rumblings of exasperation are already in the air.
Bananas. What's the tariff on bananas? Americans, by the way, love bananas. We buy billions of them a year. I love bananas. What's the tariff on bananas?
The tariff on bananas would be representative of the countries that produce them.
And what's that tariff?
Generally 10%.
Correct, 10%. Walmart has already increased the cost of bananas by 8%.
But as countries do deals with us, that will go to zero. As countries do deals with us, that will go to zero.
But the cost is on the American consumer now and on the businesses with the confusion now. Mr. Secretary, I believe you know better. I believe you recognize that a trade deficit is not something to fear. I believe you know that predictability, stability is essential for businesses. I wish you would show that truth to this administration.
This exchange took place in a Congress hearing on the Capitol this week, where Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was caught fumbling and groping for facts, as there are none, to support his outlandish claims. Just to explain, the frustration of the questioning Congresswoman Madeleine Dean. There's a reason America predominantly imports the bananas that it consumes. The agri-climatic conditions do not support commercial-scale banana cultivation, as a result of which the United States imports almost all of its banana that they consume from Latin America. In 2023, the import bill stood at US $3 billion plus. The frustrated Dean was asking Lutnick how the administration planned to tackle the increasing cost of bananas at Walmart due to the tariffs on that import bill. She said it's already up about 8%. Lutnick said we would produce more. If climate allowed, America would have produced bananas already. More proof of the end of the empire kept coming through this week. US national debt hit a record high of US $37 trillion. That's about 50% over and above the US GDP. But more significantly, the last $1 trillion was added in just the last 8 months against the 36th trillion, which took 11 months. So the US economy is hurtling into a debt trap at a fast clip. Nikki Haley, a one-time team member and then a ticket contestant against Trump, called it very un-Republican and non-conservative to hurtle down the unsustainable fiscal path. Another report came this week which showed how there was zero jobs growth in the last 3 months. In response, Trump sacked the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, calling out her a Biden administration appointee. On military front, China claimed on Wednesday that its Navy had chased out a US Navy frigate, Higgins, out of the Scarborough Shoal in the South China Sea. Though disputed by the Americans, it at least shows the nonchalance with which the Chinese are playing around with American narrative. While lots of song and dance was made of Trump ordering a nuclear submarine closer to Russia in response to statements made by its former president Medvedev, Russia quietly sent its own to Cuba. Imagine, in 1962, this had led to the Bay of Pigs crisis, which had the world watching with bated breath. This time it passed off in a whimper, largely because despite his braggadocio, Trump did not know how to escalate perhaps. Look at these pictures of a joint Russian-Chinese flotilla into the Bering Straits off the coast of Alaska. US Navy had to scramble a warship from its third fleet, the USS Carl M. Levin, into North Pacific as a counter-deployment. This was a day before the proposed Trump-Putin talks. Obviously, Putin and Xi coordinated their moves to remain one-up on Americans in the mind games. And talking of the mind games, the build-up had nerves written all over Trump. Listen to these sound bites.
You have to understand, this is a war that should have never happened. This is a war that wouldn't have happened if I were president. It would have never happened. It was the apple of his eye. I got along very well with President Putin. But if you look, under President Bush, they took a lot of territory. Under President Obama, they took a lot of territory. Under Biden, they essentially took the whole thing. I'm going to be telling him, you got to end this war. You got to end it. And he wasn't going to mess with me. This war would have never happened. You know, we had a discussion about it one time, and we never had that discussion again. Would have never happened. Almost as complex as this one, having to do with routes, trade.
Successful meeting on Friday with Vladimir Putin.
Well, we're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made.
How will you know that?
Because that's what I do. I make deals.
Once he's saying he's going to finalize the deal in the same meeting. Then he says this is just a get-to-know meeting. And then realizing he might have given away too much, he comes to bullying self, threatening dire consequences, which basically means more tariffs and more sanctions against Russia. Things that Putin has very successfully weathered out for the last 3 years. What China has done holds a lesson here for the rest of the world and how to deal with Trump tantrums. You can return the fire, and he would back off. You can capitulate, like Europe and Japan have done, and face more pushback. And then there is the third way, the middle path typically associated with India, which we have deployed to a telling effect. Silence, no reaction, stoic non-reaction. Keep the other side guessing. Look at it. Since he went hammer and tongs against India, in the process ruining at least 3 decades of hard work on both the sides to steady the ship, there has not been a single word that can be seen as Prime Minister Modi taking pot shots at Trump. The silence speaks volumes. Not that the rest of the system has not taken a position. From Rajnath Singh to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, from Nitin Gadkari to N. Chandrababu Naidu, and even a retired Venkaiah Naidu, These are seniors of the Delhi establishment and have publicly expressed annoyance at Trump's conduct. Listen to a sliver of those sound bites.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है।
आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है, दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो,
कि व्यक्तिगत रूप से मेरा कितना भी बड़ा नुकसान हो जाए लेकिन किसान हितों के साथ समझौता नहीं किया जाएगा, नहीं किया जाएगा, नहीं किया जाएगा। ये भारत की आवाज है, ये भारत के किसानों की आवाज है। किसान भाइयों निश्चिंत रहना।
We will pursue policies which are in our national interests. There is no question of compromise or succumbing to pressure from anybody. We are the largest democracy in the world and we believe what we are doing is good. And we try to keep a good relation with all, including with America, because both are democracies that way.
And there were protests in Amreli of Gujarat. I thought significant because it's Prime Minister's home state. This should worry the Americans. Till now, the circumspection of Americans was limited to the New Delhi elites on Raisina Hill. Trump might have taken it to the Indian street. The kind of misreading that's happening in Washington, D.C. on the Modi government was seen in a comment made by their Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. In what smacks of racism, he called India recalcitrant on trade deal because we are holding our ground, with a tone as if we owe it to them, because the Modi government has not signed on the dotted line. This just shows how unprepared Trump came into the administration. His team has not done any due diligence on how the systems under Modi work. Otherwise, they would have studied India's moves on RCEP, the China-dominated trade agreement of Southeast Asia, from which India walked out. Had Trump studied Modi, he would have or not have made the mistake of jumping the gun on India-Pakistan ceasefire. But then it's asking for too much, perhaps. Trump is known to have little patience for reading or study. Anecdotally, the president's daily briefing from security agencies for the Trump White House are supposed to not cross one page to keep president's attention. Had it not been for this mix of impatience and ego, Trump would not have created the geopolitical shockwaves he has been creating. But even more significantly, speeding up the decline of the American empire. Today, nobody respects America. What the Trumpist mega buffoonery passes off as surrender is tactical adjustment everyone else is making till the tempest blows over. A lot of watchers of India-US relations have argued that India could have easily bought peace with Trump by quickly acknowledging the American role in the ceasefire with Pakistan. They are misreading Trump's malice. They are misreading Trump's megalomania. This is misreading of the roots of Trump's motivation in a private, corrupt money deal Trump family has cut with Pakistan and its army. There was no question of accepting Trump's role in ceasefire. There is no question of accepting it going forward. What are the policy consequences for India? One, we would need to double down on our multi-alignment posture. It is part of our DNA and we need not budge from it. A glimpse of this has happened this past week between NSA Doval visit to Moscow and the shrugging off the Pakistani provocation. The upcoming visit of Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi to New Delhi, Jaishankar's visit to Moscow this week, and that of Prime Minister Modi to China for the SCO summit a week later, though part of ongoing mechanisms, do give a picture of normality, and in diplomacy, optics count. I would say India is better off sitting out the Trump term. He has burnt his bridges psychologically with a good section of Indians who thought he was good. Trump might have irreparably damaged the overall trajectory of India-US ties. There was already an element of mistrust against Americans for the Cold War era overhang. And by allowing General Asim Munir to issue nuclear threats from American soil, Trump has reinforced those Pavlovian reflexes that America cannot be trusted. PM Modi is right in holding his fire against Trump. That's the right strategy to deal with an attention-seeking egotist bully. Thank you for your kind attention to this matter, and thanks for watching.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? To a ceasefire. Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
how can the U.S. trust your word? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr.
Thank you,
Putin, will
press.
you
Let's go.
commit to
Thank you,
not
press.
killing any more
Thank you, press.
civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? President Putin, how can the U.S. trust your word? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. It's time to turn the spotlight on Indian sports. R4 Sports on Republic TV is where we celebrate the grit, the glory and the game changers. From grassroots fighters to headline makers, this is where the action meets the nation. And speaking of action, a new chapter for Indian football. Khalid Jamil steps in as the head coach. The big question is, can he bring back the glory days? Is the question we're asking. Scan the QR code on your screen and tell us what you think about this. Your vote decides the score. Let's get started. Ministry of External Affairs issues a statement on Alaska summit between Donald Trump and Putin, says that both the leaders' efforts to pursue peace is commendable. After Donald Trump and Putin Alaska summit, Donald Trump has dialed Ukrainian counterpart Zelensky to meet US President in Washington, D.C. in just another 2 days, that is on Monday. Amid Rahul Gandhi's vote theft remark against Election Commission of India, top poll body will be holding briefing on Sunday at 3 o'clock. NDA parliamentary meeting on 19th of August ahead of the vice presidential polls, Prime Minister to address the NDA MPs. Controversy over NCERT's new module on horrors of partition has erupted. Congress party has hit out, saying that facts have been misinterpreted. Over 50 killed in Kishtwar's cloudburst. Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir Omar Abdullah takes stock of the situation on ground. Well, let's start with a breaking update. In fact, the statement that has come in from Ukrainian President Zelensky hours after the crucial meeting took place between Donald Trump and Russian President Putin. Hours after that crucial meeting, Ukrainian President Zelensky in a new statement has said that he has coordinated positions with the European leaders, stressing that the killing must stop and calling for a complete ceasefire both on the battlefield and in the sky. In fact, he emphasized that there's a need to maintain pressure on Russia as long as its aggression and occupation continues, reaffirming Ukraine's call for international unity and action. And this is the latest statement that has come in from Zelensky hours after that crucial meeting took place between Donald Trump and Putin. In fact, he has taken to social media saying that the positions are clear. A real peace must be achieved, one that will be lasting, not just another pause between Russian invasion. In fact, he has gone on to say that killings must be stopped as soon as possible. The fire must cease both on the battlefield and in the sky as well. He also went on to say that there should be a pressure on Russia which should be maintained by the United States while the aggression and the occupation continues. In fact, he just a while back had a conversation with Donald Trump and he said that sanctions should be strengthened if there's no trilateral meeting or if Russia tries to evade an honest end to the war. So this is what and where Zelensky stands as far as this meeting is concerned. Remember, this crucial meeting took place just few hours back. There was no deal, no breakthrough whatsoever. And after that, statement after statement coming in from the Ukrainian president, he has said that the killings must stop. And if Donald Trump, if there's no trilateral meeting, in fact, then there should be sanctions. Let me go across to Robindra Sachdeva, Geostrategic expert. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. First of all, I want to understand from you your view on the summit that took place. There was no deal, no breakthrough, but all eyes now will be on that crucial meeting between Donald Trump and Zelensky that is going to take place in 2 days. Another meeting that we will be keeping our eye on. Your view on that?
Certainly, eyes will be on the Zelensky-Trump meeting, but the magnitude and the impact and the damages of that will be nowhere close to the impact or the importance of the Putin-Trump meeting, which took place yesterday, today. In a big picture, you see, this meeting was on two tracks. One track was Russia-America relations, and the other track was the Ukraine conflict. As far as the Russia-America relations are concerned and the wider geostrategic play, I think the impact was that these two great powers meeting, looking at the global order, let's say the global matrix, I call it, and exploring a new normal between Russia and America. So Russia is now back on the diplomatic table. Remember, for the last 4 or 5 years or wherever since the war, Russia has been an outcast, cut out of the international system and diplomacy. So Russia is back at the seat. So that's one thing out there on Russia-America relations. And there's talk of, trade and investments, oil, mineral exploration, the Arctic region, space and defense between the US and Russia. Regarding the Ukraine conflict, I think I would say it was a chicken and egg situation. Which comes first, the chicken or the egg? So here the expectation and the push was from Zelensky and Europe that it should be an immediate ceasefire and the peace formula, whatever it be, to be discussed later. Putin's point, and which seems to have prevailed, was that a discussion on the peace formula first and then coming to a ceasefire. So that's where we are in this. Russia has benefited coming out of this summit without doubt. America has benefited to some extent also, no doubt, though Trump will face a lot of flack and questions, and he's facing already. Europe has come out in fact, the fears of Europe have proven true in a way. Putin is driving a wedge between the US and Europe. And remember, Putin said one thing during the press meet, that whatever agreement now we are making between Trump and myself, Ukraine and Europe should not create any conspiracy and sabotage this good progress. So that was a very interesting remark. I think European leaders will be very worried by that. And the worst out of this summit as of now is Ukraine. The summit, by the way, helps India immensely. Had the summit ended in a disaster, more sanctions would have come in on the oil and secondary, and India would have faced those sanctions. So an economic issue, and also our relations with the US would have, gotten further embittered. So since that did not happen, and there's a chance of the secondary not being advanced so much sanctions, in fact, even president being reduced. And one more quick point, it benefits India in the sense it prevents Russia from falling completely into China's embrace. Russia now has an ability to not necessarily become a satellite of China, which otherwise it would become if it was completely cut off from the international system.
Absolutely. In fact, sir, stay on with us. Let's tell our viewers about what Zelensky said just a while back. He has in fact confirmed a visit to Washington, D.C. to meet US President Donald Trump on Monday. That is just another 2 days from now, following this high-stake meeting between Donald Trump and Russian President Putin in Alaska just a while back. And this meeting comes after Donald Trump spoke with Zelensky for over 1 hour and a half while returning from Alaska. And after that, what we're learning is that there's going to be another crucial meeting in Washington, D.C. this time between Donald Trump and Zelensky. And all eyes will be on this crucial meeting that will, in fact, take place between Zelensky and Donald Trump. Remember, after that meeting with the Russian President Putin, Donald Trump has said that now the onus is on Zelensky. And just a few hours after that, he spoke to him. And now a date and a time has been decided for the crucial meeting. In fact, we have more breaking news coming in. The Ministry of External Affairs has issued a statement on Putin-Trump meeting in Alaska. India welcomes the summit meeting in Alaska between US President Donald Trump and President of Russia, Putin. Their leadership in the pursuit of peace is highly commendable. India appreciates the progress made in the summit. The way forward can only be through dialogue and diplomacy. The world wants to see an early end to the conflict in Ukraine. It's a stand that India has taken. Remember, India was watching all of these proceedings in Alaska, the mega summit there and meeting between Donald Trump and Putin with bated breath because Donald Trump has imposed 25% tariff on India because of buying oil from Russia. So India was waiting for this summit with bated breath. Let me once again go back to Rupinder Sachdeva. You heard the stand that has come in as far as India is concerned. They are saying that there must be peace, and this is something Prime Minister has time and again repeated, that this is not the time of war, and this is what he had earlier this year also told Russian President Putin. And this time again, the emphasis of India is that there must be peace. There must, most important, be diplomacy. How would you read into this?
Absolutely. As we were just discussing before you read the statement, I think from India's point of view, it's strategically a welcome step ahead. Other than the high ideals and morals and peace, etc., which absolutely is essential. But from a cold, calculating geopolitical perspective, it is something which is, positive for India, one. Secondly, regarding peace, incidentally, by the way, my think tank, Imagine Institute, we had yesterday issued a statement that if Trump can broker a ceasefire right now in this meeting, which holds for 30 days, we were going to nominate him for the Gandhi Peace Prize. Well, he did not succeed, so that nomination stands withdrawn from us. But the point is that if real peace can be achieved, 30 days, even, in this current intense warfare, that is a great, great achievement. So a short-term peace, a long-term peace, any steps towards peace are most welcome by India. However, though, as we were discussing earlier, Europe is feeling left out. Europe is feeling, Europe is getting some cold feet. And Zelensky's meeting that you mentioned upcoming on Monday would also be important. But Trump seems to have made up his mind that Zelensky would in some way or the other, some form or the other, need to adjust and adjust a lot.
Absolutely. So, in fact, stay on with us. We have another statement that is coming from US President Donald Trump. He has hinted at the possibility of imposing secondary tariff on India over its crude oil purchases, stating, and I quote, "If I have to do it, I will do it. Maybe I won't have to do it at all." Speaking on the issue, Donald Trump claimed that due to US pressure and tariff, Russia has already lost a major oil client in India. This is a big claim that is coming from Donald Trump after that crucial meeting between Russia and US. He said, as far as purchase of oil by India from US is concerned, he has said that as far as additional secondary tariffs are concerned, if I have to do it, if I have to impose it, I will do it. Maybe I won't have to do it. But he also went on to say that Russia has already lost a major oil client in India, is a statement that has come from him. This comes in fact, in the backdrop of 25% tariff that has been imposed by the United States on India for purchasing oil from Russia. And after that, now, after this crucial meeting, Donald Trump coming out and saying that Russia has already lost a major oil client in India. So whether pressure will be mounted by United States on Russia to lose out on giving the oil and energy supplies to India is something that remains to be seen. But this is, in fact, the statement that is coming from him, that if he has to impose secondary tariffs on India over its crude oil purchase, then if he has to do it, then he will do it, and maybe he won't have to do it at all. All right, let me once again bring in Ravinder Sachdeva. Thank you so much, sir, for staying on with us. Now, there's some sort of pressure also being put on Russia. There's an attempt to isolate Russia and make sure it crumbles financially so that it can be isolated and brought to the table for the negotiation as far as Russia-Ukraine conflict is concerned. But facing the brunt is India as well. We just showed our viewers the statement that has come in from Donald Trump. He said that Russia has already lost a major oil client from India. How do you read into this?
I will not get into the first part of his statement that Russia has lost, and Indian oil companies, by the way, are saying that they go by the economic interest and commercial interest. So they buy or not buy, it's their decision. There's no as such ban on Indian companies importing Russian oil. That's what our oil companies say. I would rather go more or pay attention more to the second half of the statements where he says that if need be, I can increase, but maybe I will not need to increase. So the point is that, yes, they were talking about strong sanctions. Europe was pushing for it. But as an outcome of this Alaska summit, I think the threat of further sanctions on Russia has been reduced. In fact, some sanctions would start being lifted from Russia. Okay, so that's why I was initially saying that this is a good outcome for India, because if Russia is going along with the US and their relations are normalizing in some ways, this whole issue of, sanctions or secondary sanctions on Russia's oil this pressure would reduce, and Russia would be able to continue supplying its oil and crude, and countries can buy. In fact, I would think that some sanctions in this, you see, when we're talking Russia-America relations, Putin would have given something to Trump, no doubt. Some exchange would have been made, which we do not know, of course, right? But Putin would ask something in return, right? He's going there for this meeting and all of that. I think one of the first things Putin would want is that sanctions should be lifted from on Russia. There's a total of about 16,000 plus sanctions combined by the EU and the US, various products, various categories, etc. So I would rather go with the second half of the second statement that maybe I won't need to. So that's Trump's usual posturing. I could go, I could go high power intense, or I could, or I could give some laxity.
Absolutely. So, in fact, we have another statement coming in, and this time from European Union on the summit that took place just a few hours back. The EU is working closely with Zelensky, is what they've stated in the statement, and that United States should reach a just and lasting peace. This is another breaking news that we are getting for you. This is as far as the statement from European Union is concerned. It has stated, and I quote, United States should reach out for a just and lasting peace. This is in fact an appeal that is coming. But Mr. Robindra Sachdeva, I want to ask you, many are asking who won this war of narrative, in fact, as far as this summit is concerned. Was it Putin or was it Donald Trump? Because just ahead of the summit, while Donald Trump was speaking to the media, he said that he wants ceasefire, otherwise he'll just walk away. But later we saw that there was no breakthrough, no deal whatsoever. What do you have to say on this?
I would say, if you were to look on a clean slate, definitely Putin and Russia won the war on the narrative, as well as maybe the battle on some of actual benefits, which will accrue from this summit. Trump's tone, though, before going into this summit yesterday had changed. Earlier, he was saying, I would want a ceasefire, but then he started saying, I'll go in and listen. Okay, as to what they want to put on the table or to say on the table. So Trump gave himself a way out in that sense, strategically, or maybe he wanted. So the point is that Russia has, you're using the word isolation, right? Russia is now no longer isolated on the world, in the world theater. America is open to doing business with it. And there will be further next steps out there. As far as the EU is concerned, as I mentioned in the very beginning, Europe is in fear of sorts. And that fear has been further accentuated, I would say, by Putin's statement during the press meet with Trump, when amongst his various things, Putin said that, okay, this is a good progress happening. And I would warn, I think he used the word, I would warn, or I would advise Ukraine and Europe not to create any conspiracy and sabotage or torpedo this progress. So now Europe will feel psychologically cornered. And if some things do not progress well, Putin can turn around and tell Trump, look here, I told you, these are the guys causing the trouble, the Europeans and Ukrainians.
Absolutely. And in fact, after this historic meeting between US President Donald Trump and Putin, now all eyes will be on that meeting that is going to take place 2 days later between Ukrainian President and US President. Thanks so much, sir, for Speed Republic TV and getting your perspective on this as well. Now, it was billed as a historic meeting. Two global leaders, Donald Trump and Putin, face-to-face on American soil. But after all the handshakes, smiles and dramatic optics in Alaska, just a few hours back, there was no deal, no ceasefire and no breakthrough on the war that has gripped the world for years now. What was supposed to be a bold step towards peace ended with more posturing than the progress. Watch this.
No ceasefire deal, not even close.
So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO.
The Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound.
Talks were called constructive, but ended in deadlock.
Our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska.
No joint Putin-Trump lunch in Alaska. A telling snub after hours of optics and posturing. All the camaraderie at the airbase, the shared ride in the Beast, the showmanship on the red carpet, the handshakes, the smiles, the pleasantries, all for the cameras. And even Trump's grand display of military might, the Raptors, the B-2B flyby, failed to shift the balance. Because at the end of it all, there is no deal, no ceasefire, and Trump's Nobel Peace Prize fantasy in shreds. The most important truth, Trump failed to end the Russia-Ukraine war. What began as Trump projecting control ended with Putin walking away with the upper hand. Putin in fact made Ukraine the centerpiece of his remarks, calling the war a tragedy, but still left without offering a ceasefire.
The situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation. However strange it may sound in these conditions, we have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced.
President Donald Trump, true to form, was cryptic in his address. He spoke of many points agreed, but not the one the world was watching for.
We had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there.
And in a bid to mask the fact that he'd lost the edge, Trump claimed that the meeting was productive, sidestepping the absence of any real breakthrough.
We had some good meetings over the years, right? Good productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon.
Then came the deflection, Trump hinting he'd call Zelensky and NATO, throwing the responsibility back on them.
So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them.
Putin, for his part, spoke of a lasting solution in the works, but delivered nothing concrete.
That in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that.
He used the moment to issue a direct warning to Europe and to Zelensky without sugarcoating a single word. He made it clear he hopes they don't sabotage the talks.
We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the far east of Russia and the west coast of the US. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the US, there was a so-called international date line.
Away from the war, Trump played the businessman, talking about turning the page on frosty ties that had frozen since the Cold War era. Putin leaned in on the bilateral agenda, boasting of building a businessman-like rapport with Trump and calling it time to reset ties deadlocked for 4 years.
It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration.
And in the end, Trump being Trump skipped the joint lunch. Putin left Alaska, setting the tone for the next round this time, on his home turf, in Moscow. All the red carpet, all the pomp for Putin, only to be shown the mirror.
Yes, the handshake, that's the moment, that's the moment. He was welcoming Putin with the clap and Putin walking towards him and that handshake. Look at this.
There you have both the leaders smiling here. President Putin, he knows that the agenda that he has on his mind has been achieved to a greater extent. For the Ukrainians, it's going to be extremely tough because they believe that it's going to be an unabated war right now. President Putin, he has essentially got emboldened at this point in time.
The level of comfort between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, several handshakes, and you see the visual of what happened backstage before they came up on stage. They shared a laugh, they had a joke. Look at the body language, and that's exactly what is not going down well now with NATO and Zelensky.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar, and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelensky at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have...
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively was the stamp of approval by the White House for Russia's reintegration on the global table.
It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole.
But beyond the appreciation for the hospitality and gestures, Putin was classic Putin, holding on to Russian terms without giving an inch.
At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole.
This made it amply clear Russia is no hurry. Putin's steadiness made it clear that Moscow can and will prolong the Ukraine war if its interests are not met. But Putin did this with tact, projecting his in-game of peace as the underbelly.
One of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound.
India's western coast, 1,000 kilometers of coastline brimming with ambition. Here, Gujarat stands as the country's industrial and maritime powerhouse, a bridge between India and the world. In the heart of this coastline lies Hazira Port, a port that is more than just a dock for ships. It is a nerve center for India's energy, steel, heavy engineering, petrochemical, textile, and the promise of a $1 trillion economy on the move. Strategically located just 25 kilometers south of Surat and 270 kilometers north of Mumbai, it connects directly to northern, northwestern and central India. Wide, traffic-free roads link it to the Golden Quadrilateral Highway network, and a dedicated rail line to the busy Delhi to Mumbai corridor is currently under development. With an on-dock exim yard, customs, cargo washing and stuffing facilities, everything is built to make cargo move faster and smoother. Hazira is not just well connected, it is the connection. From factories to farms, this port helps drive India's growth.
Adani Hazira port is strategically located on the west coast of Gujarat. Within a 250-kilometer radius, it has a very vibrant hinterland where very large-scale industries, SEZ and PCPI region is being installed by the government of Gujarat. Logistically, for a movement of cargo within 250-kilometer radius, road is the most economical option. The best part of Adani Hazira port is the national highway starts from the port gate itself that connects the Golden Quadrilateral of the national highway. On an average, with a seamless connectivity and use of IT automation, Hazira port dispatch 75,000 metric ton of cargo. That includes container, liquid, dry cargo as well.
Every day, Hazira saves time, cuts costs and decongests the busiest maritime routes on the west coast. The journey began in early 2000s when global energy giants Shell and Total bet on Hazira's deep waters to anchor India's first large-scale liquefied natural gas or LNG terminal. Later, the Adani Group, India's largest private port operator, took this promise further, transforming Hazira into a fully integrated, all-weather, 24/7 port that could handle liquid, bulk, break bulk, coal, containers and massive project cargo.
This port is situated in Chaurasi Taluka of Surat district. Surat once was a prominent port city in India. There was, it was known as Babule Makkah, the gateway for the Hajj. Here, there were 84 countries where flags were waving off here at the Hazira in ancient time. But with the time, the importance of the Surat as a port city were diminished. But with the efforts of the government of Gujarat, Gujarat Maritime Board and government of India, the maritime history, the maritime legacy of Surat is again restoring. The development of the Adani Hazira port led by Adani Group has become a game changer. Despite of various challenges here, like a very high tidal variation, today port is handling close to 29 million metric ton cargo and having an ambitious aim of handling 234 million metric ton. For that, we are adding another 6 harbors in the existing inner harbor and adding another 19 berths in the outer harbor with backup area as well as rail connectivity which is planned. Friends, this port has not only benefited the companies and the government, but the surrounding community is also benefited with the development taken place here. We have an example in Hazira itself. There are more than 2,000 trucks which are transporting goods from port. Our Adani Foundation is also working, uplifting the life of the unprivileged, that is aligning with our Adani Group's aim, growth with goodness. So in total we can say Hazira Surat's resurgence as a key port city has become possible due to the strategic efforts by Adani Group as well as Government of Gujarat and the local community collaboration.
Hazira Port is a multi-cargo giant handling everything from steel coils, coal and fertilizers to edible oils, chemicals and crude oil. Bulk and break bulk cargo like fertilizers, steel, coal and minerals are handled with ease, while containers are loaded and unloaded at 2 dedicated berths, with more being added soon. The modern liquid terminal alone features 4 liquid berths, 2 specialized for bulk liquid vessels, and pipelines safely transfer cargo from the jetty to large tank farms. Hazira's skilled liquid operations team has even handled 5 liquid vessels simultaneously on its multi-purpose berths, upholding global standards of safety and ensuring zero pre-berthing delays, a USP that remains unmatched.
The bulk ships comes from Indonesia, the Far East countries. Chemical ships comes from all over the world, African countries, Middle East and Far East. Container ships comes mostly from the Far East. We have got services to Europe and USA.
Thanks to its deep draft berths, Cape-sized vessels can dock here with ease. Every crane, conveyor belt and pipeline plays a role in keeping trade moving. With a total capacity of over 7.2 lakh kiloliters, Hazira stands among India's largest integrated port operations.
The port is one of the biggest ports in the western coast of India, and it's one of the nearest port with the northern parts of India. So whenever we are dispatching cargo from Hazira port, the transportation cost is one of the least from Hazira. So it's well connected with the northern parts of India. The bulk ships comes from Indonesia, the Far East countries. Chemical ships comes from all over the world, African countries, Middle East and Far East. Container ships comes mostly from the Far East. We have got services to Europe and USA.
Hazira's liquid terminal is the port's beating heart for India's energy supply chain and the largest single-location liquid commercial terminal in Asia. Supporting this scale is a 14-meter draft and a 650-meter diameter turning basin, allowing large tankers to berth and maneuver safely and efficiently.
So currently we are in the phase of the phase 2 expansion of this Adani Hazira ports, which includes the various construction of various jetties, multi-purpose jetties and container jetties. And we are also going to expand this liquid terminal, including and additionally we are going to make the shore protection and reclamation activities. So this port will grow by 3 to 4 times of its current capacity in next 5 to 10 years, which will also include the rail connectivity part.
Round the clock, all-weather berthing and unberthing, 24-hour pilot services and night navigation ensure there is no waiting and no downtime. The port's berths handle vessels up to 300 meters long with beams of 40 to 44 meters, matching the specs of some of the world's largest liquid bulk ships.
There is around 1,500 ships per year with a cargo throughput of around 28 million metric tons. The port has 5 numbers of tugs, so it's a deep water port, and it's a very excellent port where right from the basin we have got the deep waters. Inside the basin we have got 6 number of jetty, 2 containers, 2 liquid and 2 dry bulk. 6 more jetties coming up. So in all we will be having 12 jetties in near future. Now normally big container ships and big bulk carrier visiting India can call to Hazira port. We are handling ships of length around 350 meters and draft of about 14.5 meters. One 334 meters length overall ship at the berth, which is a container ship and which is one of the biggest ships visiting Indian ports.
Supporting this capacity are 229 storage tanks with a total capacity of 7.2 lakh kiloliters, each tank ranging from 650 to 15,000 kiloliters. These tanks are made of carbon and stainless steel with specialized features like heating, chilling and internal coatings. An advanced automation and SCADA system monitors temperature, pressure and liquid levels to ensure safe, efficient operations and seamless 24/7 deliveries to customers. Pneumatic and motorized body valves operated directly from the control room further enhance safety and operational efficiency.
We are storing the liquid cargoes like petroleum, petrochemicals, chemicals and edibles. We are doing the operations of import and exports. So Adani Hazira is the largest and the most advanced terminal in the regions. Here we have the 229 tanks with the total capacity of 7,20,000 kiloliters. So here the automation is the best part, which is most advanced in the technology. I can say that each and every operations we are doing are running in the liquid terminal through the automations. This isn't just I can say the storage terminal, but I can say that it's finest and most advanced in the automations, so that we can handle the cargo very safely and effectively.
A port does not grow alone. It grows with its people. Hazira follows strict rules for safety, pollution control and security to protect its workforce, the surrounding communities and the environment. Comprehensive safety protocols are in place for all operations from berthing to cargo handling.
At port, safety is paramount and not negotiable. In the day-to-day operation, we look into the well-being of the employee, associate, workman, those working at our premises. We are not compromising safety within our day-to-day operations except liquid, bulk, brick bulk, containers. So safety is our topmost priority, isn't the goal number one. So in terms of environment, the group commitment is growth with goodness, drive for our deep commitment to the environment. We go beyond compliance, actively protecting biodiversity and conserving natural resources throughout world-class practices. We are continuously enhancing our environmental performance and making sustainability a way of life.
From coastal regulations to environmental checks, every process is audited and reported regularly to uphold the highest standards of compliance, sustainability and care. But Hazira is not just an engine of trade. It is a partner to the people who live and grow alongside it. The port's commitment to the community goes far beyond its gates. Project Udan, inspired by the journey of Chairman Mr. Gautam Adani, is a youth-focused initiative that opens doors to learning and enterprise. By organizing educational visits, Udan encourages students to dream big and discover their true potential. The Sustainable Livelihood Program empowers communities by creating jobs, supporting women-led self-help groups, and promoting economic resilience. At Hazira, the foundation conducts training and exposure visits, provides machinery and materials, and facilitates market linkages, helping women become self-reliant and confident contributors to society. Navchetan Adani Vidyalaya, located in Junagam of Hazira, aims to provide subsidized high-quality education to children from nearby rural communities with the support of the Adani Foundation. To encourage education among the local population, the school offers free meals and academic resources, comprehensive facilities that support the holistic development of its students. From quiet mornings to busy days and peaceful evenings, Hazira is always moving. A convergence of machinery and humanity. Every berth, every tank, every crane, each one tells a story of vision. A vision to connect India with the world, to lift communities, to accelerate progress. This deep water port is more than infrastructure. It is the pulse of possibility. Hazira is not just a chapter in Adani Port's story, it is its testament. From the Gulf of Khambat to the corners of the earth, this port carries India forward.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelensky at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment. And your men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment,
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively was the stamp of approval by the White House for Russia's reintegration on the global table.
It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole.
But beyond the appreciation for the hospitality and gestures, Putin was classic Putin, holding on to Russian terms without giving an inch.
At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole.
This made it amply clear Russia is no hurry. Putin's steadiness made it clear that Moscow can and will prolong the Ukraine war if its interests are not met. But Putin did this with tact, projecting his in-game of peace as the underbelly.
One of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it.
Putin chose his words tactfully, calling his relationship with Trump direct and businesslike.
Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have
This turned the entire purpose of the meeting into one that was transactional, one in which Russian business.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the nation in offering floral tributes to Sadaiv Atal, the memorial of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Earlier, the Prime Minister took to X, saying, remembering Atalji on his Punya Tithi. His dedication and spirit of service towards India's progress continue to inspire. President Draupadi Murmu also paid floral tributes, honoring the legacy of one of India's most respected leaders. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, JDU MP Sanjay Jha and Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta also paid homage, underscoring Vajpayee's cross-party influence.
हम सब आज अटल जी के पुण्यतिथि पर श्रद्धांजलि देने आए हैं। हर साल जन्मदिन और पुण्यतिथि दोनों समय हम यहाँ आते हैं और देश का राष्ट्रपति जी, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ हम सब यहाँ प्रार्थना सभा में आए हैं और अटल जी को हमेशा हम याद करते रहते हैं।
आज हम सब यहाँ पर उनकी पुण्यतिथि पर उनको श्रद्धांजलि देने कर आए हैं। उनके चरणों में कोटि कोटि नमन करते हुए, उनको पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करते हुए ये संकल्पित होते हैं कि भारत को विश्वगुरु बनाने का संकल्प जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने लिया है, उसको सिद्धि तक हम अवश्य लेके जाएंगे, अटल जी की दी हुई शिक्षाओं का अनुसरण करते हुए।
A founding member of the BJP, Atal Bihari Vajpayee passed away on August 16, 2018. At the age of 93, he served as Prime Minister 3 times, briefly in 1996 and later from 1998 to 2004. His birthday, December 25, is marked as Good Governance Day.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelensky at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have...
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively was the stamp of approval by the White House for Russia's reintegration on the global table.
It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole.
But beyond the appreciation for the hospitality and gestures, Putin was classic Putin, holding on to Russian terms without giving an inch.
At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole.
This made it amply clear Russia is no hurry. Putin's steadiness made it clear that Moscow can and will prolong the Ukraine war if its interests are not met. But Putin did this with tact, projecting his in-game of peace as the underbelly.
One of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it.
Putin chose his words tactfully, calling his relationship with Trump direct and businesslike.
Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have...
This turned the entire purpose of the meeting into one that was transactional.
Yes, the handshake, that's the moment, that's the moment. He was welcoming Putin with the clap and Putin walking towards him and that handshake. Look at this.
There you have both the leaders smiling here. President Putin, he knows that the agenda that he has on his mind has been achieved to a greater extent. For the Ukrainians, it's going to be extremely tough because they believe that it's going to be an unabated war right now. President Putin, he has essentially got emboldened at this point in time.
The level of comfort between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, several handshakes, and you see the visual of what happened backstage before they came up on stage. They shared a laugh, they had a joke. Look at the body language, and that's exactly what is not going down well now with NATO and Zelensky.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat.
watching Republic.
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching 6 Story at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra. This is the Saturday edition of this show. We start with the much-awaited high-stake Trump-Putin meet in Alaska. All that you need to know, there's been no deal that has been struck, but we'll tell you the key takeaways from that. Also, story number 2 is Donald Trump making a claim yet again. This time it is on India-Russia oil deal. Somebody apparently told him that Russia has lost its oil client, that is India. India supposedly has stopped taking oil from Russia. That's what Trump is claiming. All right, also on the show we have the Space Heroes Homecoming Group. Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is returning to India, and we'll tell you all that you need to know about his visit, or rather homecoming. Also, Kishtwar in Jammu and Kashmir, viewers, grapples in the aftermath of the deadly cloudburst. There are hundreds that are still missing. We'll get you a ground report from Kishtwar. Also, there's an unfortunate incident once again. No end to these hit-and-run cases. This time, a latest case coming in from the national capital. Also, Mumbai is on red alert. 2 lives have been lost in a landslide, and floods continue to push Mumbai in a deluge. We start with the story number 1, viewers. This is from Alaska. The world waited with a bated breath as US President Donald Trump and Russian leader Vladimir Putin met in Alaska. The much-anticipated summit began with a warm welcome and a flyover by screaming jets at a US military base. But this ended in a no ceasefire, no deal. Just hours later, Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the same Zelensky who he had humiliated in the White House, he said that he had a long and substantive conversation with him, and now all eyes will be on the Trump-Zelensky meeting in Washington, D.C. that could happen in 2 days from now. Let's take a look at what really transpired in the past 24 hours.
No deal, no ceasefire, no breakthrough. And that's how the much-anticipated meeting between US President Donald Trump and Russian President ended earlier today. Russian President received a carefully choreographed welcome that included a red carpet and a B-2 bomber fly past. The world leaders stood shoulder to shoulder, shook hands, and headed off to start the discussions. The world waited with bated breath. In a brief statement later, Putin spoke of unspecified agreements, while Donald Trump called the meeting extremely productive. But crucially, none of them announced a halt to the fighting between Russia and Ukraine.
We had some good meetings over the years, right? Good productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon, and probably see you again very soon.
И вот сегодня мы слышим, когда президент Трамп говорит, что если бы я был президентом, то войны бы не было. Я думаю, что так бы на самом деле и случилось. Я подтверждаю это, потому что в целом у нас с президентом Трампом наладился очень хороший деловой и доверительный контакт, и у меня есть все основания полагать, что, двигаясь по этому пути, мы можем дойти и чем быстрее, тем лучше, до завершения конфликта на Украине.
Donald Trump later said that the onus now lies with Ukraine's President Zelensky to build on Alaska summit and secure a deal. Hours later, Donald Trump and Zelensky spoke at length and will be meeting in Washington, D.C. on Monday. A trilateral meeting between Russian President, US President and Ukrainian President is also being explored. But for now, the attention has turned to the next round of talks, this time between Donald Trump and Zelensky in 2 days.
So, of course, the entire world had its eyes
and there are multiple reactions that have come in also, but it all boils down to what really happens with the meeting as far as Ukrainian president is concerned. Viewers, remember there is also this talk about how it impacts India. Now, viewers, remember the tariff threat continues from Donald Trump, and it has significantly been an attempt to hurt India. Now, Donald Trump, after this meeting, or before rather, in an interview, had issued a warning to Russia and his allies, claiming that his tariffs on India significantly hurt Russian oil market, and he's stirring the pot on the global stage once again. Trump claims that 25% of tariff on India has now led to Russia losing a major oil client, that is India. Who is telling Trump that India has stopped taking oil or reduced its oil supply from Russia? That, of course, is a matter of great curiosity. Remember, Trump is known to make unverified and baseless claims when it comes to even ceasefires. And this time again, he's made this claim in an interview, boasting that how his tariffs had pushed India not buying Russian oil.
President Trump's strong-arming tactic with India has been framed as a major blow to Russia's oil business. Trump claims that his 25% tariff threat on India has forced Moscow to lose a crucial customer.
Well, he lost an oil client, so to speak, which is India, which was doing about 40% of the oil.
In response, Indian officials have firmly denied any shift in their energy policy. A.S. Sani, the chairman of Indian Oil Corporation, clarified that there is no pause in Russian oil imports and emphasized that purchasing decisions are guided by economic rationale. Meanwhile, Trump also floated the idea of secondary sanctions against countries like China, which continue to buy Russian oil.
China, as you know, is doing a lot, and others have another few countries. And if I did what's called a secondary sanction or a secondary tariff, it would be, very devastating from their standpoint. If I have to do it, I'll do it. Maybe I won't have to do it.
While Trump called his upcoming meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin productive,
we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon.
the reality is that no formal deal has been reached, leaving many to wonder, is Trump's pressure strategy really working? Or is it just a political gamble with uncertain returns? With little progress to show from his talks with Putin so far, the question remains, is this economic pressure strategy really the best path forward? Or is it simply stirring up more conflict than it resolves?
The Trump's baseless claims continue, of course, as India continues to stand its ground and make forays, make strides in economy and also in space, as it just did a few weeks ago. It was Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, viewers, after he recorded that historic feat in space. He's all set to arrive back home in India just a few hours from now. Tomorrow is the day when he'll be returning back to India, and he's likely to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi and apprise him of his experiences that will help India in its maiden human space flight program to the International Space Station. And besides this, he will also participate in the National Space Day celebrations that falls on the 23rd of August. Here's a report.
India's space hero, astronaut Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, is returning back home. After his historic 18-day visit to International Space Station, Shubhanshu Shukla is on his way back home nearly a year after he left for training in Houston, Texas. Shubhanshu announced his homecoming through a social media post with a smiling photograph of himself sitting in an airplane. He expressed having mixed emotions running through his heart in the caption. He says that while he felt sad for leaving his team behind that supported him during the training and mission, and excited about returning home and meeting his family and friends who are thrilled by his success. Shubhanshu's sister Shuchi Mishra expressed the joy and pride they feel for his extraordinary achievement and success.
दिन का बहुत इंतज़ार कर रहे थे और आज वो लौट रहे हैं और हम बहुत एक्साइटेड हैं कि हम वहाँ जा रहे हैं एंड उनको देखने का बहुत मन कर रहा है। बस वेट कर रहे हैं कि उनकी शक्ल देखें और उनसे मिलें, सबसे पहले उनसे गले मिलें और उनको मुबारकबाद दें कि उन्होंने इतना बड़ा काम किया देश के लिए एंड उसके लिए बहुत प्राउड फील कर रही हूँ। अभी तो ये एक्साइटमेंट है कि कैसे भी पहुँचना है, बस हमें वहाँ पर समहाउ, और हम उसकी तैयारी कर रहे हैं।
खुद आप कार चला के जाएंगे?
जी बिल्कुल, मैं ड्राइव करके जा रही हूँ।
Shubhanshu's homecoming was hailed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi during his Independence Day address.
स्पेस सेक्टर का कमाल तो हर देशवासी देख रहा, गर्व से भर जा रहा, और हमारे ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला स्पेस स्टेशन से लौट चुके हैं।
While Shukla was in space, PM Modi assigned him a homework that he should document the entire sequence of his training and stay at the space station for what would become the handbook for India's own Gaganyaan program or its first human space flight program.
आप तो मुझे भली भांति जानते हैं, जब भी किसी से बात होती है तो मैं होमवर्क जरूर देता हूं। हमें मिशन गगनयान को आगे बढ़ाना है, हमें अपना खुद का स्पेस स्टेशन बनाना है और चंद्रमा पर भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट की लैंडिंग भी करानी है। इन सारे मिशंस में आपके अनुभव बहुत काम आने वाले हैं। मुझे विश्वास है आप वहां अपने अनुभवों को जरूर रिकॉर्ड कर रहे होंगे।
जी प्रधानमंत्री जी, बिल्कुल, ये पूरा मिशन की ट्रेनिंग लेने के दौरान और एक्सपीरियंस करने के दौरान जो मुझे लेसन्स मिले हैं, जो मुझे सीख मिली है, वो सब एक स्पॉन्ज की तरह मैं एब्जॉर्ब कर रहा हूँ और मुझे यकीन है कि ये सारी चीज़ें बहुत वैल्यूएबल प्रूव होंगी, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होंगी हमारे लिए जब मैं वापस आऊँगा।
Shukla is now set to see PM Modi and then fly to his hometown, Lucknow. He is due to return to the capital to attend the National Space Celebrations on August 22 and 23. From the space station to the hearts of millions of Indians, Shubhanshu Shukla has become a symbol of India's rising power in space exploration, inspiring a generation of young dreamers looking up at the stars.
And in the latest update, we have the information that Dr. Jitendra Singh, who is the Minister of State for Science and Technology, will be receiving Shubhanshu Shukla, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla at the airport, and he will be also his homecoming and his historic feat in space will be discussed in the parliament also today. So this is the latest update we have and we'll keep a close eye on that also. We were shifting focus to the other story on 6 Stories at 6 now. It's a journey of faith that turned into a nightmare in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar district. On Thursday, as hundreds of pilgrims gathered at the Chashoti village for the visit to shrine, shrine Mata Machal, massive cloudburst swept them away, killing 50, at least 35, and injuring many, many more. In fact, more than 100 are still missing. The relatives are waiting to get information on their loved ones. NDRF, SDRF, the Indian Army and police teams are at the spot, digging through the debris to bring out those buried inside. Watch this ground report for more.
Devotion turned into despair. Tragedy struck without warning. It began as a day of faith. Hundreds of pilgrims walked the rugged path towards Machel Mata Shrine in Jammu and Kashmir. Langars fed the tired. Vehicles lined the roadside. Some stood on a narrow wooden bridge to watch the stream. Others sat sharing meals on the ground. Then, a roar from the skies, a cloudburst, and within minutes, the peace was shattered. A wall of slush, mud, boulders and fallen trees rushed down the valley. The langar swept away, vehicles half buried in mud. The CISF camp vanished in the raging torrent. 53 among 2 Jawans dead, more than 100 still missing, hundreds injured.
The relief and the rescue operations in the Kishtwar cloudburst are continuing, and now the DGP of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Nalin Prabhat, has arrived at the rescue operation site, wherein he is being briefed by the SSP Kishtwar and IGP Jammu Zone. Important to mention that more than 50 people have lost their life in this tragic incident that was reported in the afternoon of 14th of August, and now the searches are underway for those who are still missing. As per the Jammu and Kashmir police data, the 69 people are said to be missing, while when it comes to the locals account, they say that 200 people, somewhere around 200 people, they are still missing, and these areas have been worst affected by these flash floods.
Rescue teams, NDRF, SDRF, the army and the police are digging through the rubble, hoping, searching and praying. NDRF dogs, Cherry and Lakshay, are now carrying out searches in the areas where people are believed to be buried under the debris.
किश्तवाड़ में जारी रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में अब एनडीआरएफ की तरफ से 2 स्पेशल डॉग्स जो हैं, जो इनकी केनाइन स्क्वाड है, उसे लगाया जा रहा है। ये जो है, ये लक्ष्य है और ये चेरी है। इन दोनों को अब रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस पे लगाया जाएगा, ताकि अगर कोई व्यक्ति जिंदा जो है ज़मीन में फंसा हुआ है तो उसे निकाला जा सके। लगातार बारिश से जो है इस ऑपरेशन में काफ़ी ज़्यादा चुनौतियाँ आई हैं, लेकिन सभी चुनौतियों से पार पाते हुए सुरक्षा बल लगातार जिंदगियों की तलाश में है, और इस सब तलाश में 2 नए नाम शामिल हुए हैं। वो हैं चेरी और लक्ष्य, जिन्हें की खास तौर पर यह सिखलाई दी जाती है कि अगर धरती के नीचे भी कोई जिंदा व्यक्ति हो तो उसकी जो बॉडी हीट है उसकी वजह से ये लोग जो हैं उसे डिटेक्ट कर पाते हैं। यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे तो सैलाब आया था, सैलाब की वजह से काफ़ी ज़्यादा नुकसान जो है वो यहाँ पर हुआ था।
According to the eyewitnesses, hundreds of people had gathered in the 300-meter area near Chishoti, where the flash floods occurred.
जब यह हादसा हुआ तो इस समय काफ़ी लोग यहाँ, एक लंगर जो अभी देख रहे हैं जहाँ पे ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, तो वहाँ पे लंगर था, वहाँ पे लोगों के खाने की सुविधाएं थी, उसकी सिक्योरिटी, और आगे एक ब्रिज था, वहाँ पे सीआई सब डिप्लॉयड थी, और आगे इन रूट भी डिप्लॉयड थी, और सीआई सब के एक कैंप यहाँ पे और लंगर की सिक्योरिटी के लिए यहाँ पे डिप्लॉयमेंट था। तो उस दौरान एकाएक जब फ्लैश फ्लड हुआ, उसके साथ आप देख रहे इतने बड़े बड़े बोल्डर्स आए हैं, हिट किए हैं कैंप को, हिट किए हैं लंगर को, और इवन हिट किया है उस ब्रिज को।
In minutes, faith turned into fury and lives were swept away.
Viewers, imagine stopping at a red light, waiting calmly on your motorcycle, and in the very next second being crushed by an SUV, a speeding SUV from behind. That is what happened to 40-year-old Bhikshu Lal in West Delhi's Moti Nagar. Another case of hit and run that has left the city shaken.
Another day, another hit and run case in the national capital. A 40-year-old man, Bhikshu Lal, lost his life after a speeding Thar crashed into his motorcycle in West Delhi's Moti Nagar. Bhikshu Lal had stopped his motorcycle behind a truck when the speeding SUV rammed into him from behind. The impact was so intense that he died on the spot. His motorcycle was crushed beyond recognition. After mowing him down, the Thar climbed onto the footpath, crashed into an electric pole, and finally came to a halt a few meters ahead. The driver abandoned the vehicle and fled from the spot.
Another hit and run case has come to light from the national capital's Moti Nagar area. Right now you can see we are at the very spot at Moti Nagar footover bridge area where this unfortunate incident took place, in which one person has lost his life last night at around 1 a.m. when that unfortunate incident took place, in which what we have seen, a person who was driving this Thar vehicle, that SUV vehicle, basically ran onto this pavement, and when he lost the control, here you can see when his car started skidding, and then he basically jumped onto this pavement, and after that basically he tried to take control of the car, but he was so much in an inebriated condition, he was so much drunk that he lost the complete control on that vehicle, and after that what we have is seen that that vehicle basically rammed into this this portion A. Here you can say this is the deformed structure of this park, the outer portion of this park, where that vehicle basically rammed into this into this vehicle that was parked over here. As of now, no persons have been arrested. But if you see, this is not the first time that such kind of incidents took place. Earlier, what we have seen that few days back on Mother Teresa Road, and another incident took place in which a SUV driver, a Thar driver, basically ran onto the pavement where two persons were standing, in which what we have got to know that they also lost their lives.
Police have recovered the vehicle and are now scanning nearby CCTV footage to find out the speed and identify the accused. A case has been filed and the hunt is on to trace the driver behind the wheel of this killer SUV. Another life lost, another driver on the run. Hit and run cases continue to haunt Delhi's roads.
And viewers, Mumbai is once again at the mercy of the monsoon. Relentless rains have triggered a deadly landslide too in Vikhroli and has claimed 2 lives at least, and has brought the city to a standstill once again, as it seems to be every year. From flooded tracks, waterlogged roads, disrupted flights, emergency alerts, the city is struggling to cope with yet another monsoon onslaught. To make the case worse, the IMD has now issued a red alert warning of more torrential rainfall as well. BMC has taken cognizance of the current situation, asking the Mumbaikars to take all guard protection. Here's more on that.
A deadly landslide adding to Mumbai's mounting monsoon misery. As heavy rains continue to batter the city, tragedy struck Mumbai's eastern suburb of Vikhroli early Saturday morning. A landslide at Varsha Nagar in Parkside crushed a hut under debris from a hillock collapse. 2 people were killed and 2 others injured. As the city reeled from the loss, its transport backbone collapsed. Flooded tracks at Dadar, Kurla, Sion, Chunabati and Tilak Nagar brought both central and western suburban services to a standstill, leaving thousands of daily commuters stranded. On the roads too, there was little respite. Heavy waterlogging on arterial stretches, including Sion and the SCLR bridge, brought traffic to a halt for hours. It's not just Mumbai. Neighbouring Navi Mumbai is also underwater. In Vashi, entire stretches of road have disappeared under floodwaters.
मुंबई में जोरदार बारिश हो रही है और कई इलाकों में पानी भर गया है। मैं इस समय साइन इलाके के गुलमोहर रोड पे हूँ, तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से घुटनों से ज़्यादा पानी भर गया है। देखिए सामने किस तरह से जो शख्स आ रहे हैं, 2 घुटनों से ज़्यादा पानी भरा हुआ है। जो बिल्डिंग है, बिल्डिंगे के आसपास पूरा पानी भर गया है। सामने देखिए गाड़ी जो आ रही है, बिल्डिंग के अंदर भी पानी घुस चुका है। लगातार जोरदार बारिश हो रही है मुंबई में। बारिश होने की वजह से जो मुंबई के निचले इलाके हैं वहाँ पर पानी भर गया है। लगातार बारिश हो रही है। बीती रात से मुंबई में अलग अलग इलाकों में पानी भर गया है। वहीं मौसम विभाग कहा है कि अगले 24 घंटों में मुंबई में जोरदार बारिश हो सकती है। रेड अलर्ट जारी किया है, लोगों को घर से ना निकलने कहा गया है।
Flight operations too came under strain. Indigo issued an advisory asking passengers to allow more travel time and to check flight statuses before heading to the airport. The IMD has sounded a red alert, saying its satellite data shows very intense convection over Mumbai and surrounding regions, a sign that the worst may not be over yet. The BMC says its emergency staff, engineers and pump operators are working round the clock to keep the city's drainage system functional under pressure. With lives lost, homes submerged and warnings in place, Mumbai stares at yet another challenging day this monsoon.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of 6 Stories at 6. Lots more lined up for you on the other side. Thank you for watching.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy. every day. Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। Play it your way.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We've got to
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelensky at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about West?
If you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively was the stamp of approval by the White House for Russia's reintegration on the global table.
It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole.
But beyond the appreciation for the hospitality and gestures, Putin was classic Putin, holding on to Russian terms without giving an inch.
At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole.
This made it amply clear Russia is no hurry. Putin's steadiness made it clear that Moscow can and will prolong the Ukraine war if its interests are not met.
मैंने छोड़ दिया था वो अवार्ड लेना छोड़ दिया मैंने
क्यों छोड़ दिया था
क्योंकि हम और दीदी हम दोनों को ही अवार्ड मिलते थे और दूसरी औरत लड़कियां गाती थी उनको भी अवार्ड मिलना चाहिए सबको मिलना चाहिए ना तो हमने बोला कि हम अवार्ड लेना बंद करेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा
कोई अवार्ड तो बाकी नहीं है आपके लिए The biggest award is the love of the people, Ashata, wherever you go.
मुझे जीवन में इतना प्यार पब्लिक ने दिया है इतना घर वालों से नहीं मिला है तो ऐसा प्यार बहुत कम मिलता है किसी को
Yes, the handshake. That's the moment. That's the moment. He was welcoming Putin with the claps and Putin walking towards him and that handshake. Look at this.
There you have both the leaders smiling here. President Putin, he knows that the agenda that he has on his mind has been achieved to a greater extent. For the Ukrainians, it's going to be extremely tough because they believe that it's going to be an unabated war right now. But President Putin, he has essentially got emboldened at this point in time.
The level of comfort between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, several handshakes, and you see the visual of what happened backstage before they came up on stage. They shared a laugh, they had a joke.